Mayday, mayday. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, and why you're doing it in the first place. I don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me. We all know what time it is. It's that time. It's that time where I just have to say, you know,
look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
All right, that's it. I'm the captain now. We are officially 1 day behind the Coast Guard's hearings into the loss of the Titan Submersible due to scheduling and a witness who decided that he needed to give us the history of the entire world to explain how he happened to sell some acrylic glass to the Ocean Gate people. So because of that, we're a day behind. And hey, any Floridians out there, I hope you're taking care of yourself, being safe. Let's get through the storm with minimal damage and no loss. Keep me posted, people. If there's any Floridians here, just let me know, because I know what it's like. We get a couple of typhoons a year here, so I'm with you. Just let us know how you're doing, and don't do anything dumb. All right. Well, it's Friday here. It's Friday, so what that means is I don't have to go to work in the morning. So we're going to try to get through as much of day 8 as we possibly can. Sir Thomas the Pirate, good morning to you too. So yeah, like I said, we're going to try to get through as much as we can. I still need to sleep because I have my F-It Friday super long foodie, boozy, punishy, griftathon starting in 12 hours from now. No, I lied. Starting in 14 hours from now. So I'll stay up as long as I can. We'll watch as much as I can. Then I'll get a little bit of sleep, and then I'll come back and we'll do it again. And by the way, as far as unlocking the emotional support potato pig dogs, we'll get that taken care of on the Friday night stream. Don't worry about that. But if it happens here, it happens here. But if you're like, oh my gosh, do I send donations now, or do I do it for the F-It Friday? Do it for the F-It Friday. It'll be much more fun. But if you're not going to be there, or you can do both, hey, who am I to stop you? But it's not important. Today will be day 23 of the emotional support potato pig dog people. So cool. All right, let's get real quickly into this. We got a couple of things to take care of. First is our like and subscribe poll. We've got 3 witnesses lined up for today. That would be NASA, the U.S. Coast Guard, and Boeing. It's NASA first, I believe, then Boeing, then the Coast Guard. I believe. I could be wrong. I haven't checked ahead. I just looked at the witness list. So we've put together a little like and subscribe poll here, which is simply to remind you to hit the like and subscribe button. We've currently got 112 people here right at the very beginning of the show. We'll get 5-6 times more than that by the end of the show. But in the meantime, you people that are first here, including you on the replay, make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button. Unfortunately, the people on the replay can't participate in the poll live. But if you want to put it in the chat, which I encourage everyone to leave comments as well, because YouTube likes comments. So comment away. But if you want to leave your poll answer in the chat, that's great. If you want to leave it on the poll live, or if you happen to be rewatching it on the replay crew, or you just want to leave a comment at the end of the video, then please leave the comment there. Today's like and subscribe poll is we have to be careful because of the YouTube words. We've all played the game. Who do you want to marry? Who would you intercourse? And who would you delete? So our poll today is marry, intercourse, or delete. And your choices are all listed in order. Marry NASA, intercourse the Coast Guard, and delete Boeing. Or marry the Coast Guard, intercourse NASA, and delete Boeing. Marry NASA, intercourse Boeing, delete the Coast Guard. Marry the Coast Guard, intercourse Boeing, and delete NASA. We don't need 6 choices because certainly nobody wants to marry Boeing. So that's thankfully not even a thing to worry about. That's our stupid like and subscribe poll. I cannot wait for these hearings to be done so I can A, change my hat, and B, I don't have to think of these types of poll questions anymore. So, okay, that's it. We are going to jump into this now. 1.25 speed, 600% volume, and let's just see how we get through the day as soon as we mention that Annie L has been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much, Annie. Appreciate the long-term support. That is super cool of you. Thank you very much. And Cindy Collins has just dropped 5 Legal Vices memberships on everybody. Who got those? Who got those? My Pet Goldfish 101 got one. Ben Leach got one. Jules, Bleeding Mascara 7 got one. Let's Go Brandon got one. And Lance, you all got them. And if everything stays on schedule, late Saturday night, right around 9 or 10 right around 9 p.m. probably Eastern time, we should be doing our monthly members only stream. So stay tuned for that. Thank you very much, Cindy Collins, for gifting those 5 Legal Vices memberships. You get the ship's ballot. There you go. Woo, thanks. And Matilda with the first super chat of the day, all the way from the Netherlands. Thank you so much for donating your coffee to us. Hello from the Netherlands. As always, hello right back at you, Netherlands. And Deadshot Gaming, member for 13 months. Cheers. Happy Friday, Jeff, and everyone in chat. Well, cheers to you. Oh yeah, we do have the cheap bourbon and Coke lined up. Got to have the stomach filler before we get onto the good stuff. All right, cheers, everybody. Now, let's Coast Guard it up. Legal Vice, you really need a carbon fiber cowboy hat. Damn it, you're going to make me search for that, aren't you? Damn it. Now I want one. I don't even know if they exist, and I want one. All right. Enough silliness, but I really do want one. Let's get on with the morning of day 8. And go.
At this time, we'll resume with virtual testimony from Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Good morning,
Yeah, okay,
Jackson.
this would be Justin
Can you
Jackson.
hear me and see the members of on the dais?
This would be Justin Jackson, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Mr. NASA.
I can hear you, and I'm right now just seeing you. Yeah, there's everyone.
Okay, excellent, sir. Thank you. Thank you again for taking time to provide testimony to the board today. Sir, before we start, our board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will administer your oath virtually.
Good morning, sir. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States.
Looks like the
punishable
governor from
by fine and/or
from Walking
imprisonment
Dead
under
from that
18
angle.
USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be
Seriously,
seated.
give him an eye patch and call him the governor.
Mr. Jackson, I understand that you have counsel in the room with you today. Can you have the counselor identify themselves?
Hi, this is Rosalind Kyler, counsel for NASA.
Is she from
Thank
Space
you.
Command? Please tell me she's from Space Command. She's from the Space Command JAG Corps. Please tell me that. No, she's probably just NASA's
Mr.
in-house
Jackson,
counsel.
Lieutenant Commander Williams is going to start the questioning today.
That would have been cool if she was actually from Space Command. Is there anyone actually in Space Command that's
First,
willing
I'd
to
like
admit it?
Thank you for being with us here today virtually. As I ask you questions, we will take breaks, and if you need a break, please let us know. All of my questions are related to your background and experiences with OceanGate. Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using acronyms with the exception of NASA. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what that acronym means.
Yes, please do not say National Space and Aeronautics Administration every time you have to say NASA.
Today, I will be using an exhibit during my questioning. When I request it, you should be able to see it on your screen. If you cannot, please let us know. Could you please explain your background and work history?
Oh, it's Space Force. Sorry, not Space Command. It's Space Force. I forgot. It's even sillier than Space Command. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. It's not the silly sounding Space Command. It's the even sillier Space Force. All right, let's go.
Yeah, so my background, I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering along with a master's degree in mechanical engineering. My
Yes, court
work
audio
history, I've been with
600%.
NASA since 2006. I spent time at our Michoud assembly facility during the space shuttle program, working the external tank, materials, non-metallic, metallic materials, non-conformance issues. I've also been stationed at the Marshall Space Flight Center since 2008, working a number of composite material related programs from our Ares program to our SLS program, as well as a number of technology development programs.
If Space Force has
launch
police,
vehicle,
would they call them
propulsion
pigs
related
in
specifically to
space?
composites at extremely low temperatures. My area of expertise is in the manufacturing of composite materials. I was responsible for setting up our in-house laboratory with automated equipment, and been doing that job since roughly 2014. And I am currently I'm the acting manager of our partnerships organization.
And did you have, or do you have experience with submersibles did you have experience with submersibles prior to working with OceanGate?
No.
Do you go down in the wet space?
Can you briefly describe your interactions with OceanGate?
They came to us looking for a facility that could manufacture a composite cylinder. So our interactions with them were mainly around the fabrication of their design.
Are you aware of who initiated the conversation
Good night, John
between
boy.
OceanGate and NASA? Was it NASA, or was NASA approached by OceanGate?
Yes, NASA was approached by OceanGate. I believe it was Bob Schumann, their COO, that originally reached out to us.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 095, the NASA OceanGate Agreement, page 1?
Now we get to see what role NASA really had in all of this. That's what I've been wondering.
Mr. Jackson, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Can you explain to us what a reimbursable Space Act agreement is?
What?
Reimbursable Space Act agreement. So Space Act agreements is a process that refers to a legal framework established under the National Aeronautics and Space Act of 1958, and it allows NASA to engage in partnerships with public and private entities. So it's our other transactional authority.
And what is the purpose of it?
Shoot, too big.
The purpose of it is to give companies access to NASA facilities and expertise to, work on mutually beneficial technologies.
And what was your understanding of the intent of this Space Act agreement with OceanGate?
My understanding of the intent was they were to fabricate a thick composite cylinder, which had interest to us for exploration applications.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please move to page 14, Article 2? And this outlines the responsibilities for NASA and OceanGate for the Space Act agreement. There are 14 responsibilities outlined for NASA. I'm just going to talk through a few of them. So notably, they include cylindrical test coupon.
Okay. Damn it. Damn it, people. Why you got to do this to me? Oh dear. All right. Sorry to get us incredibly derailed right from the beginning. Oh, but please. Oh no. No. Whoa, what have we done here? Oh dear. This is a thing. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, it's $300. Oh. All right, I gotta think this one through. That is just stupid. All right, let's bring the NASA people back up. This is definitely not one of those things I'm gonna do a spontaneous lightning purchase of.
Coupon and scale model analysis perform manufacturing layup, build, and cure of scaled models per drawings provided by OceanGate, conducting ultrasonic testing on manufactured scale models for testing. And there are more on this list, but those are just some I wanted to get on the record. When was this signed? And if not, we can turn to the page, but around, do you know what time frame this was signed between NASA and OceanGate?
It was early 2020. You'd have to look at the page.
Could we scroll down to, I believe it's the last page.
I would
So just for
never
the
wear
record,
that
it
hat.
looks like OceanGate signed January 30th, 2020, and NASA signed February 4th, 2020. Are you aware if NASA outlined or did any of the items outlined in those areas of responsibilities that we just looked at on page 14?
We did not. The COVID pandemic occurred and we weren't able to accomplish any of the fabrication. We provided remote consultation throughout the build of their 1/3 scale article, but we did not do any manufacturing or testing of their cylinders.
Are you aware of who built their 3rd scale models?
I am.
Who was that?
I believe Electro Impact fabricated the articles.
Thank you. Lieutenant Steele, could you move to page 16, Article 4, Financial Obligations?
And while, oh, God dang it. I have this entire giant screen I can click on. Why do I have to click on the one like millimeter wide ball? We're doing great today, aren't we? Good Lord. I don't even know. Geez, we're screwed. There we go.
Scale models for testing.
He read through these. These are their responsibilities. There we go. And he's saying they did not do anything they were supposed to have done according to this agreement, but they did do remote consulting. But the reason I was stopping was to bring up Sonia or Chris has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Don't forget to give him a super special thanks for being such a generous supporter of the channel and giving gifts, especially if you happen to be Shadow Tears Studio, Maddie B, Auntie Irvin Salo, Tuger, or John Johnson. If you happen to be one of those people, you got the free membership. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, Sonia and Chris. You are a true gentleman. Appreciate it.
We provided remote consultation throughout the build of their 1/3 scale article, but we did not do any manufacturing or testing of their cylinders.
Are you aware of who built their 3rd scale models?
I am.
Who was that?
I believe Electro Impact fabricated the articles.
Thank you. Lieutenant Steele, could you move to page 16, Article 4, Financial Obligations?
All right. This is where I so rudely began touching buttons. I won't let it happen again.
Reimburse NASA an estimated cost of $148,874. Are you aware if NASA ever received any payments from OceanGate?
We received, it was roughly $40,000 for the remote consulting effort during the 1/3 scale build. We returned close to $124,000 of that 148.
Wow. And someone who's not going to get a refund of their $2, it's Kurt from Uncivil Law. How's Kurt doing? Uncivil Law says ship goes squish. Ship does go squish. If you can legally call it a ship. But thank you so much for being here. Everybody needs to go on over if you haven't already subscribed. I don't know why not, but I think everybody has. Because Kurt has 150,000 subscribers. He needs more. So get on over there. Get some super, super in-depth legal analysis, unlike any you will hear anywhere else. Thank you so much, Kurt. Uncivil Law.
You mentioned that you gave some advice remotely. Can you go into that a little bit more? What exact advice that you were given or that you gave OceanGate?
During their 1/3
I told them not to do
build, we provided a plan for them to, try to fabricate that thick-walled cylinder. Our plan was mainly
the thick-walled cylinder
material, perform intermittent heated debulks with pressure, to accomplish the thickness that they were looking for. So that was, the extent of our recommendations. It was all fabrication related.
Did you or are you aware if any other NASA employee provided advice to OceanGate related to non-destructive testing options for a 5-inch thick cylindrical hull of carbon fiber?
I believe during our conversations, one of our NDI
Uh-oh.
experts.
Oh, we've lost our
we had
visual.
talked
There we
about
go.
using CT scanning for that.
Uh-oh.
Have you been involved
he's
in
still there.
manufacturing thick pieces of carbon fiber, even unrelated to OceanGate?
You know, this guy was just sitting in his office one day, and someone came along and said, you know, the Coast Guard's holding hearings. You drew the short straw. You have to go and give all of the innuendo-laced testimony. You have to go talk about engorging the 5-inch thick cylindrical tubes and all the other stuff. You lose. Sorry, pal. We'll give you a month-end bonus.
Yes.
And how thick?
That's a personal question.
Personally, I've.
Okay. He's going to answer it.
Up to 2 inches thick.
But nothing up to 5 inches thick?
No, not personally.
I'm 12 years old up here.
Have you been involved in projects where there was something constructed greater than 2 inches thick?
No, not personally.
Sorry to hear that.
Earlier you mentioned CT. Can you just define that for the record, please?
Yeah, it's computed thermography. So it's an NDE technique. I'm over my skis on that. I'd have to consult with my my NDE expert on the exact physics of it.
Did you or are you aware if any other NASA employee provided advice to OceanGate related to carbon fiber material testing?
Yes, we had a team of engineers that was working the project. So there were several of us that engaged with them.
And can you expand on that advice that was provided?
The nature of our advice at the time, if I recall correctly, we were making recommendations for coupon level testing because it's an unusually thick laminate. So I don't recall the exact specifics of it, but it was
my laminate's unusually thick.
Give them data for that thickness of a laminate.
And those coupon tests, would that sample be taken usually from a cutoff end after manufacturing?
A bobbited end, they call it.
You can do that. The advice early on was kind of a building block approach. So making samples before you actually made a cylinder, but traditionally you can have what they call a tag in, where you excise samples out of a piece of the as manufactured.
You can't call it I thought he said a tag in. I was like, you can't call anything a tag in like that. Okay, tag end. Sorry. My entendre brain is in way overdrive right now. I apologize.
Article, and then you can perform testing on that for quality assurance purposes.
Did you or are you aware if any other NASA employee provide to OceanGate advice related to multi-curing of a carbon fiber structure?
We had discussed it with them as a potential option. I don't recall the exact nature of those discussions.
Can you describe the purpose for a multi-curing process for a carbon fiber structure of thick, of a thick carbon fiber structure?
Yeah, so what would happen as the material becomes thick, which I believe you guys have seen some of the images, you'll start to see wrinkling or
no
non-desirable features. So the thought would be you would build up a section that doesn't have those features, cure it, then come back.
I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm not going to say anything else until this guy's done, because I can't with the 2-inch thick to 5-inch thick cylinder gets wrinkly and other undesirable things. I can't. I'm just going to mute the microphone. I'm not going to talk for the rest of this guy's time. This is not good.
You can perform a secondary bond and continue that process till you reach your desired thickness.
So is it fair to say that the multi-curing process was to help reduce wrinkles in the final design?
I don't know the exact reason they did that would be my assumption.
Do you have experience with acoustic emission systems, specifically with carbon fiber?
We've used them in the past on other programs, but again, I would have to default to my NDE experts.
I'm going to lose subscribers because of that.
That concludes my questions.
It's Friday night. I'm 12.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Emmons will now have some questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, this
As
is
a materials engineer
1.25.
at NASA, how do atmospheric pressures on vehicles in space and in deep water differ? And are there varying pressure differentials between the two environments?
That's a big one. Do you mind unpackaging that, please?
Sure. Can you just kind of start with how is a pressure vessel in space and in deep water differ? The pressures on each.
Okay.
Well, one's a vacuum.
A pressure vessel, traditionally the pressure is internal, so your volume is under tension. Launch vehicle component is typically compression driven, so it's usually loads within the direction of the fiber. The deep ocean vessel, you have external hydrostatic pressure, so you've got your pressure uniformly distributed around the circumference of the vessel. So, I mean, that would be, it's, a function of load application and boundary conditions that are the main differences.
Should the design of spacecraft and submersibles be approached differently because of those differences?
I think the design should accommodate the loading environment. Yes, I mean, they're two different things.
So given the significant differences in pressure effects on spacecraft and submersibles, what rationale exists for NASA to lend its expertise to the development of submersibles?
Well, we weren't necessarily interested in the end application. We were interested in the thick-walled composite for our applications. But albeit they would have been loaded differently, we were interested in potential habitats, radiation shielding, a number of other applications, not necessarily hydrostatic submersible.
Were you or anyone at NASA involved in the procurement of the carbon fiber from Toray Composites?
No, we did not procure the material.
So you mentioned remote consultation for the third scale models. Did that include any analysis or recommendations to OceanGate on the carbon fiber that was utilized for the third scale model build?
We didn't perform analysis. Early on in the discussions, they were looking for a material system for automated fiber placement. So they wanted something that was producible, had available data. So we made recommendations on several material systems, and they ultimately chose the Toray.
Has NASA ever been involved with building a passenger carrying pressure vessel before?
Yes, I mean, we've been involved with crew capsules.
I mean, we were talking about the multi-curing process and the prevention of wrinkles. In your experience, when you have those wrinkles, how do you go about mitigating that for the next layers?
So our recommendation was what we call a heated debulk. So some of the engineers in the group had experience with laminates up to 3.5 inches thick. And what they had done was lay down 3 to 5 layers of material, place a vacuum bag on it, place it in an autoclave, and do a combined pressure, temperature, consolidation step. In our experience, that would minimize those wrinkles. But those are parameters to be worked out in the development.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. That's all I have.
See, people, I chose to be here with you. I could be having a heated debulk tonight, but I chose to be here with you.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Whalen has the next questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I just have one question.
Hang on. While he's doing this, let's not get too far behind with our accolades to people. Stephanie, thank you very much for the $2. When do you think there will be members only chat? I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're looking at Saturday night, 9 a.m. Sorry, let's try that again. I've had to convert from my time to Eastern time. We're looking at Saturday night, 9 p.m. Saturday night, 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern. That's when we're looking at for the members only stream. And Jonathan Smith with the $2. How did KFC get someone on that panel? Because they're finger licking good. That's why. Red Ford said, let's leave Boeing out of this. Sorry, Boeing's our next witness. Oh, and Carlos 247 has just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Where's our bell? Ooh, there's our bell. And Michelle C. Carlos gifted a membership to himself. How cool is that? Michelle C. got one. Carlos gave himself one. Zixie gave himself, well, he got one, she got one, whatever. Casey and Farsi 28. Those are our gifted membership people. Michelle C, Carlos himself, Zixie, Casey, and Farsi 28. There we go. All right, let's get back at it.
As we were discussing,
Thank you so much.
Lieutenant Commander Emmons was asking you about the manufacturing process or the heated debulking process to minimize wrinkles. Should there still be wrinkles in the pressure vessel after conducting the pressurized heated debulk? As a materials expert, what would be your recommendation at that point with regards to those wrinkles?
I mean, if they're still in your part post fabrication, you have to analyze their effects. I mean, I would assume that you would run some type of analysis to knock down your properties. You're not getting your stiffness that you originally wanted, so your buckling performance is going to change. Unfortunate to have wrinkles, but yeah, you'd have to assess their impact to your structure.
Would it be common practice to sand or grind those off to make the surface level for the next layer
Friction
that will be put on?
No, that is not common practice. So you're removing material, you're making a discontinuity. So typically, if you were to remove material in that fashion, you would come back and repair that with, typically it's referred to as a scarf joint, where you sand your affected area away, you place plies back in to pick up that load path. That's common practice.
Yeah, my mustache is acting up. I have to go grab some mustache wax. Hang on. That's a weird, and that's really what I'm actually doing. So hang on.
Sir, when NASA was originally approached by OceanGate, did OceanGate provide the plan for their operations? And specifically, I mean, did they talk about deep sea exploration with crew members?
Yes. From my recollection, some of the original plan was it was actually mineral exploration with some of the early discussions. They also mentioned, I guess, what they were doing, exploring shipwrecks and other deep sea features.
During discussions with OceanGate, did they make their intentions for the testing of the hull they were performing clear to NASA, like their plans for NDT or any type of performance testing?
No, once COVID hit and we weren't doing the work in our facilities, they went off, and they found other commercial partners. We weren't really apprised of their overall plans. I was aware that they were going to do proof testing in the deep sea facility, but past that, we weren't apprised of any test plans.
If OceanGate had been approved to construct a hull at NASA facilities, would that be like free of charge under the program you had in place?
No, the Reimbursable Space Act, the commercial partner is responsible for paying for all of our services. So that includes labor, consumables, facility charges. So no, they'd have had to pay for that.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to go to the National Transportation Safety Board at this time for questions.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. I noticed on the attachment for the exhibit we had up earlier, it mentioned UT testing. Had you built this hull, is that something NASA would have insisted on? Or some other sort of NDT?
Yes, any composite material we build, we do non-destructive evaluation as standard practice.
So had the hull come up with, or the UT testing revealed unacceptable anomalies, what happens then? Do you still turn the hull over to the client and with a report, or do we start from scratch?
That's a tough one. That's a hypothetical that we haven't had to experience yet.
I would hope they would
unsafe. We would never turn it over, but
yeah,
it's something we didn't experience. Or
that's what I was going to say. I would hope they would turn it over. They wouldn't turn it over, and they would start from scratch. This thing is really unsafe and doesn't meet any of our expectations. So, here, just take it anyway. I would like to think they don't do that.
As far as in UT testing, a certain percentage of porosity or voids, or
I don't recall their specific, void or defect tolerances. I don't know what that was or if they had that.
Did you advise OceanGate on or recommend a coating for the outside of the hull?
No, we did not.
And lastly, I heard you say you didn't procure the carbon fiber. Was it not delivered to your facility?
Yes, the 300 pounds for the one scale models were delivered in March of 2020. They sat in one of our cold storage units until OceanGate. We returned them. So they came in, sat in our freezer, and they were ultimately returned due to our inability to perform work on that task.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, one follow-up on that question. If NASA was pursuing a similar project for a pressure hull, a new design, what type of models would you build for that? And I mean like a third scale, a 2/3 scale, and a full scale, or would that be typically part of that process?
So I understand the question. If hypothetically we were to build a structure, what would we do to test it?
Well, I'm curious if when you build a new pressure hull of carbon fiber for even space applications, what type of modeling do you build first, or do you?
Yeah, I got you. We typically follow the traditional aerospace building block approach. We start at subscale coupons. We work our way up to representative sections, all the way up through. Typically, we'll build a full-scale article that goes through cyclic as well as destructive testing before we actually build an operational unit. The closest thing I can relate this to is pressure vessels, which we have a good bit of experience with, and we typically start at a subscale, work our way up, and then we'll have a fleet leader, which is typically tested through failure. So that way we understand our failure modes, we're able to write margin to that, and then we'll go off, tightly controlled manufacturing processes and repeat that process for an actual flight structure.
Sir, for a carbon fiber structure that's 5 inches thick.
That's funny. The FFA.
Are you aware of any challenges for non-destructive testing that presents?
Yeah, the thickness is going to be a challenge. You'd probably, I think a CT scan would get through it. The problem you're going to run into is having an adequate standard. So when you perform NDE on a composite or whatever, you get back a signal. You don't necessarily know what you're looking for. So you typically build standards with known defects, so you have some reference point from which to measure.
If you were to use CT on a 5-inch thick carbon structure, would it be difficult to find smaller defects in the material?
I would have to, default back to our NDE folks, but typically you've got a minimum detectable, and so you determine that threshold, early on in your program with what's my min detectable, and typically you assume that flaw exists and you account for that in your analyses.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions from the board at this time? Lieutenant Commander Williams?
Mr. Jackson, in all the designs you have been involved with, do you understand what the life cycle of all of those designs or constructed items are?
We typically determine that through test. So yes, for a pressure vessel, we cycle them to failure. For a structure, we test it through failure. Whatever our expected load spectrum is going to look like over the life of the component, we typically test.
And when you conduct those tests, do you feed that back into your analysis and reevaluate?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Jackson, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess just to see if we have any additional questions for you, sir. And so then reconvene at 9:20 our time.
All right, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Let's catch on up there. Oh, that was a very, very short 5 minutes. I need my window is too small, and if I try to click on it there, it will just cause a mess. All right, there we go. While this is getting ready to go, so essentially, this was just kind of a general information testimony from NASA. They had these plans to do all of these things with them, but COVID happened, so they didn't do any of them. They did a little bit of consulting with them over the phone, and that's pretty much it.
All right, the hearing is now back in session. Mr. Jackson, I'm now going to pass the questions to OceanGate Council.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Just two questions for you. At the time when the Space Act agreement was signed that we saw earlier, was it NASA's intention to perform the services that were listed in the agreement?
Of course.
At the time of signature, it was.
It was a stupid
And
question.
COVID interrupted those plans. Is that right?
That's what he said.
That is correct.
And you mentioned coupon testing. Just for clarification, we've heard testimony earlier on referring to witness panels and examination of witness panel material. Is that the same thing or is that different?
It's potentially a coupon refers to a small subsection of your structure. So that can either come out of your full scale structure or you can build smaller representative samples of the same material and manufacturing process.
And is that the same as a witness panel or is that something different?
In aerospace, a witness panel is typically a panel that is built the same way, that goes through the same exact processes. And then you have something you can test that is close to your as-built structure. A tag-in physically comes out of the as-built structure on the piece of discarded material that was machined. And then material, we call them allowables coupons or development coupons. Those are built separately and evaluated.
2 Titans for the price of one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Buy 1 Titan, get with the other one 50% off.
Mr. Jackson, the Titan hull began operations in 2021 doing Titanic expeditions. Do you know if there was any contact, either formal or informal, between NASA and OceanGate after or starting in 2021 timeframe?
Yeah, I'd had some conversations with Bob Schumann. He had sent us a note telling us that they were doing qualification dives. And then we also had some exchanges. They wanted to do another press release that we ultimately couldn't come to resolution on the details of. And then conversations ended shortly thereafter.
Do you remember what time frame that was, sir?
It was when they were doing their first dive. I don't know the exact dates.
Would that be the first dive to the Titanic site or test dives in other locations?
I don't know the specific. I don't know the exact dates. I'd have to go back and look at my emails.
Sir, did NASA ever become aware that OceanGate used NASA?
Strawberry
in any
wanted
type
to
of
play.
media release?
Apparently not that one.
The media releases that we saw were approved through our media department.
Do you remember why NASA, why you refused OceanGate's request to use NASA in the media release that you referenced?
It was the language they were using was getting too close to us endorsing. So it was our folks.
Yeah,
had some
which
hard
we
work
weren't
with,
going to do.
The endorsement level of it.
Did you clarify that NASA should not be used at all in OceanGate media?
I don't recall that.
Are there any?
Mr. Neubauer, can I follow up on that?
Yes.
Is that right, Mr. Jackson, that you mentioned that the media releases that were made were approved through NASA's media department?
That's my understanding. I didn't work those. I just checked them for technical accuracy.
Thank you.
At this time, are there any further questions for Mr. Jackson from the board? Mr. Jackson, is there anything that we have not asked you that you think would be relevant to this investigation?
No, I don't believe so. I think you guys have been quite thorough.
Thank you for your time again, Mr. Jackson. You are now released from this as a witness to this Marine Board investigation. If you need any further information from us, you can contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. And if we need any further information from you, we will work through NASA Council. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We will now attempt to call our next virtual witness at 10:00. We are ahead of schedule, so they originally were scheduled for 10:45, and if we are not unable to get the next witness scheduled for 10, we'll make another announcement. Thank you.
Well, yeah, they didn't get him. Cool. We get to jump ahead quite a bit. We might actually get through the entire day 8 at this rate. Let's see what we got going on here. We got Carlos 247. Got those gifted memberships. Now, see, totally not a Russian bot. Brought this up. That strap around the Titan. That would be a space quick fix, not a 3,300 meter deep space quick fix. See, this is an interesting thing. I'm wondering what that is, and I'm surprised. Well, maybe they've discussed it elsewhere, or they're going to, but I'm surprised there hasn't been any questions about what on earth that ratchet strap was around the Titan hull. That's the weirdest thing in the picture. I can't figure it out. I'm just as curious as everybody else. I have no idea what that is. NASA down, Boeing's next. I guess before we got there, I assume Ozzy's talking to me with Ozzy Overlord. What the hell is that pipe? If you're talking about this one, this is actually quite a rare, hard to find pipe. You can't focus. Why aren't you focusing? There we go. It's a Falcon shillelagh pipe. It's got like the aluminum wrap around a little green thing, and you can unscrew the bowl and replace it with like different size and shape bowls. It's kind of cool. You can find the bowls everywhere, but the actual body of the pipes are the stems are really hard to find. But anyway, I think that's what you're asking. If not, that's my answer anyway. All right, let's get on with the Boeing people, shall we? We're ahead of schedule because they're ahead of schedule. And by we're ahead of schedule, I mean for today, we're actually an entire day behind.
At this time, we will hear virtual testimony from Mr. Mark Negley, a material and process engineer with Boeing.
Boeing.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me and see the members on the dais?
I cannot see. I don't want to see anybody on the dais as members.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Negley, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good morning. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and or imprisonment under USC 18-1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated now, sir.
Sir, I understand that you have counsel in the room with you today. Counselor, can you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning. Craig Gabriel, counsel for Boeing.
Thank you, sir.
Show yourself.
Mr. Negley,
Who goes there?
The line of questioning from Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Good morning, Mr. Negley.
Good morning.
First, thank you for being here with us. If you need a break, please let me know. All of my questions are related to your background and then your experiences with OceanGate. Before we begin, I will ask to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what that acronym means. We may be using an exhibit today. If we do, it should show up on your screen. If it doesn't, please let us know.
Yep.
Can you briefly explain your background and work history before becoming involved with OceanGate?
Certainly. I've got a BS and an MS in engineering from Iowa State University. In 1995, I started working for Boeing. I went back and did some additional grad work, came back to Boeing in 1998, working in the non-destructive evaluation research and development group. In 2003, I went over to the Phantom Works physics research and development area. In 2006, I went to Boeing Research and Technology composite fabrication research and development up until 2019, when I went over to Amazon as the senior hardware design manager for their structure of their drone. And then I returned to Boeing in 2023 and went into a group in Boeing Research Technology called Specialty Materials and Integration.
What was your experience with submersibles prior to working with OceanGate?
Prior to working with OceanGate, internally we've done a number of different small composite pressure vessels, primarily doing work for like the Applied Physics Lab at the University of Washington, or for oceanography at the University of Washington. The primary program was the Deep Glider program for the University of Washington Oceanography Department.
And what
Because
was your
Boeing
experience
is
working
based
with
in
carbon
Washington,
fiber
I believe.
prior to working with OceanGate?
We have significant experience working with kind of complex structures and the development of manufacturing techniques for producing carbon fiber materials and components.
It is our understanding that Boeing entered into a proprietary information agreement and technical services agreement for a preliminary feasibility study for a concept vessel in 2013 with OceanGate. Can you describe what was asked of Boeing for this preliminary feasibility study?
Yeah, briefly, we had two parts of that feasibility study. The first part was to look at a previously done design and analysis that OceanGate had commissioned from a company called Blue Force. So we evaluated the analysis methodology and the design of that configuration. The second part of that was we were given specific requirements from OceanGate, and we were asked to determine and come up with a feasibility study or whether it was feasible to have a design with a certain amount of buoyancy and safety factor.
Has Boeing ever built a composite structure of similar size to that of the cylindrical hull referenced in the conceptual feasibility study?
Could you repeat that question again?
Has Boeing ever built a composite structure of similar size to that of the cylindrical hull referenced in the conceptual feasibility study? So for reference, at the time it was going to be potentially 10 inches thick, which then was reduced to 7 inches thick, but we do know now that the hull was 5 inches thick. So has Boeing ever built a composite structure of a thickness between 5 inches and 10 inches?
To my knowledge, the thickest part that we've really built was about 12 inches thick.
Please don't say they built
was
the
not
door
the
that
same
fell off.
size or configuration of the OceanGate hull. And one of the components that we built was a smaller component that was used as a non-destructive test standard for that 12-inch thick component.
We noted in the feasibility study that the cylindrical hull over time was decreased from 10 inches to 7 inches. As I previously stated, we now know that that final hull was 5 inches thick. Was Boeing involved in any conversations that reduced the thickness of the hull from 7 inches to 5 inches?
There may have been conversations where we were asked about that, but in general, we did a feasibility study preliminary analysis and came up with a 7-inch hull that we thought was potentially feasible. Basically a concept or a trade study output. That design utilized unnotched composite allowables and didn't consider any of like the future detailed design work or effects of defects or anything that would have been in a detailed configuration and analysis. And so that our expectation would be not that the hull got thinner, but the hull would have gotten thicker in order to account for some of those potential defects or other considerations in the design.
That's a comment. They came up with a 7-inch hull and they expected it to get actually thicker, but unfortunately it seems like OceanGate had different things in mind and thinned it out to 5-inch thick. Gee, that's probably not a wise thing to do. Well, has anything that OceanGate done actually been wise? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But yeah, so here you have Boeing saying, hey, you're supposed to be 12. That 12 is our largest we've done. 10. We could have done it at 7. We wanted to make it thicker, but they made it thinner.
Can you explain what you meant by unnotched design?
Great song.
It refers to it refers to an allowable. So you have a kind of a statistically significant data that you've generated based off of a stable and repeatable material using a stable and repeatable process. The statistical significance of the output of that process is used with different types of coupons. Those coupons are used to kind of characterize the capability of the material with different configurations. A common set of coupon styles would be open hole, filled hole, tension and compression, and unnotched, meaning there's no cutout in the specimen that you're testing. It has no holes, it has no defects, it has no notches. And so it's kind of a pristine coupon.
Thank you. One main difference we noted was that the conceptual design included 45-degree plies. One of the statements of the report said, allowable strain tables do not support layups without plies oriented at the 45-degree direction. The final direction was constructed of only circumferential and axial plies. Therefore, there was no 45-degree plies in that final design of 5 inches thick. Was there any discussions with OceanGate about excluding the 45-degree plies?
Yeah, there certainly would have been. You know, we you would need to have the allowables data to support your design and your engineering. The material system and the production method that we had proposed, we did not have any allowables or supporting data for anything that didn't have 45-degree plies in the laminate configuration.
And can you briefly explain the potential importance of including 45-degree plies?
Well, I guess the thought would be that there's potential for increased potential for damage or damage propagation based on the 090 configuration without a cross ply, or that the load redistribution, if you had damage, wouldn't be performed as well, or the laminate might not be as robust as it would be if it had 45-degree plies in there.
Did OceanGate provide feedback to Boeing after the study as the design changed to determine if their updated design fell within acceptable limits?
Can you ask that again?
Did OceanGate provide feedback to Boeing after the study as OceanGate's design changed to determine if their updated design fell within the acceptable limits from the feasibility study that was conducted by Boeing?
I don't believe we received any feedback. You know, we really never saw a full up design or analysis from OceanGate.
Wow. Okay, that's a problem.
We noted that there was discussion regarding non-destructive testing in the conceptual design report, specifically that through transmission ultrasound or pulse echo ultrasounds have been used and were suggested to OceanGate. Do you know the effectiveness of these methods, if it's limited to specific thicknesses?
Your sensitivity would be reduced based on the thickness of the hull, or based on the attenuation and whether or not you're able to penetrate through the hull with a specific frequency. As the material gets thicker, you're most likely going to have to go to a lower frequency, and that's going to give you less detail in the scan. And so your sensitivity and what you're able to detect is going to be diminished. And just to state, you know, the general process would be that you create a standard and then evaluate that standard, you know, for the material, for the thickness of the product you're making.
Were there any additional discussions with OceanGate regarding other non-destructible test options for a thick carbon fiber cylindrical hull after the feasibility study was completed?
There would have been probably discussions about manual ultrasound.
People, please, for the love of God, would you differentiate between hull, H-U-L-L, and hole? They're different vowels making different sounds. Hull and hole, different. Stop. Just stop, both questioner and witness. Please, for me, just do it.
Sonic scanning through transmission, pulse echo. We would have suggested things like CAT scanning, X-ray. Each of those different types of non-destructive methods would have had, you know, specific capability, things you could detect and things that you couldn't.
And in your experience, would any of those been successful through 5-inch thick carbon fiber?
We've demonstrated through transmission inspections through 12 inches of composite.
The conceptual design report suggested validation coupons or building block test components. Can you explain what these are and why they're important?
Well, one, like I said before, you need to have a stable, repeatable process. You need to have statistically significant data characterizing your material, and then you need to run that material through the process of manufacturing. You need to generate your allowables with your statistically significant data, and you know, with a stable, repeatable process, you're going to feed that into your analysis methodology. So that'll feed your finite element modeling and the methods that you're going to use to try to characterize the structure. As you know, with a traditional building block approach, you're going to be looking at the coupons and then subcomponent and component level testing, leading to a full scale test. Those tests should all be done with predictive analysis, and then you're basically, you know, it's analysis supported by tests. So you're ensuring that your analysis method.
Okay, so Boeing is doing what NASA did, and what was the Hydrospace Group guy said, Kemper Engineering guy said. They're giving a description of things that OceanGate should have done, but apparently never did. All of these testing, the predictive modeling,
methodology is capturing and correctly modeling the characteristics of the material.
When discussing the carbon fiber hull, Boeing stated that this structure will need to be carefully inspected for manufacturing defects such as porosity voids, inclusions, and FOD. Can you explain why this is important?
It'll affect the performance of the product. You'll have reduced capability if you have FOD in the part. One of the primary things is that whatever you cannot inspect, you need to account for in your design. And so your limit load evaluation, when you're calculating your margins, you're going to want to include basically anything, any flaw type or defect in the product that you aren't able to detect.
And how are manufacturing defects such as porosity, voids, inclusions, etc., normally determined?
Well, they'd be determined through there'd be an effects of defect study. So you do done a significant amount of testing to characterize what those effects are in the structure. It would be possible you could do analysis. It'd be a higher level of fidelity of analysis where you're trying to characterize the effects of that.
Could a sample panel from the cutoff ends of a carbon fiber structure be used to make these determinations?
One of the things you'd have to be careful about, you'd have to make sure that you still had, high quality laminates in the edge margin. There's an area of the edge of a part that you would not want to do this. You might be able to get chemical composition data or some characteristics out of that. But if you're going to be doing structural tests, you'd want to make sure that you were away from those edge effects.
We noted that the feasibility study outlined some of the challenges OceanGate was going to face with regards to the design in the report. Could you please summarize some of those challenges identified in the report to OceanGate?
Building a thick cylindrical composite part is a challenge. One of the things you have to worry about is, as you lay up the part, what we had proposed was to do a fiber placement system with slit tape composite material.
What does that mean?
As you build up that component, there's a certain amount of bulk that is generated. It would be, the cured or the as cured thickness, and then the as manufactured or as laid up thickness. The difference between those two is the bulk or, kind of fluff in the material. With the constrained structure and a constrained shape like a cylinder, you need to make sure that you can essentially eliminate that bulk in the laminate prior to cure. If you don't do that, you're going to end up with wrinkles in the final product. One of the other things you have to be really careful about is as you cure those constrained laminates,
if you leave the fluffer out, you're likely to get
stress.
you're left with wrinkles.
You need to model that and you need to characterize that. The other thing you need to be very concerned about is, as you define the thermal and the cure characteristics, you can have exotherms and other problems that are created because you're dealing with a very, very thick laminate. And so, typically we would do a cure characterization where you're modeling the kinetic and the cure performance of the material with the heat transfer coefficients and pressure and different characteristics of the autoclave that you're curing the part in.
We noted that in the conceptual design report, there should be no impact damage. Can you explain what this means?
Well, the concern would be that that if you're using an unnotched allowable, you're in that feasibility study, we're not accounting for any post degradation of the product. And so that's probably a fine thing to do for a feasibility study. But as you get into a detailed design, you'd be trying to account for, for those other defects and point loads and other types of considerations in the design. Impact damage might be one of those.
In your experience, is carbon fiber susceptible to impact damage?
The evaluation of impact damage, whether it's BVID, barely visible impact damage, and doing an evaluation of that, or some type of inspected or expected impact damage. Compression after impact is a common test to determine the capability after an impact.
And they had a few impacts.
We
They
noted
dropped it on the
conceptual
deck,
design
they bounced it off
that
the
it's considered
Lars.
without any thermal residual stress in the laminate. Now, you had just earlier mentioned thermal residual stress. Is this assumption typical when conducting these type of analyses?
Many of these things are dealing with this type or size of structure or the configuration of the structure. We're looking at those with kind of a higher fidelity of evaluation than maybe you would on some other types of components. For the constrained cylindrical structure, you end up with, or you can end up with very high internal residual stresses that create interlaminar tension in the sea level stress state. So a key thing there is that one of the higher stress levels for this type of structure is at the surface.
Would sending a carbon fiber structure into an autoclave over 5 cycles like it did for the Titan hull create thermal residual stresses?
Just the act of curing the part creates those thermal residual stresses. The part is expanded, the material system vitrifies or locks in at that expanded shape, and then as it cools down, it creates interlaminar tension or residual stress.
Would these residual stresses be increased the more times it went through the autoclave? So for example, would layer 1 that went through the autoclave 5 times have more residual thermal stress than the other layers?
You'd have to do a detailed evaluation of that. It can depend on how the product heats up in the autoclave. And so the way you've cured it, the expansion of the different pre-cured or green parts, all of those could affect that. So you'd really need to do a detailed model of that.
My next questions will be related to non-destructive testing conducted by Boeing. These questions are not specific to Titan or OceanGate. How does Boeing conduct destructive tests on carbon fiber?
That's kind of a big question. Can you be more specific?
I guess a more general question is, does Boeing conduct destructive tests on carbon fiber ever?
Sure, yeah.
So for a design, specifically like a new design, would Boeing construct carbon fiber and then, or carbon fiber structure and then take it to failure? Is that a typical mode that Boeing would do?
Yes, I think the key point would be, analysis supported by test. You're calculating your margins based off of maybe a finite element model, but you're using test data to support that finite element and the methodology that you're using is accurate.
Does Boeing conduct non-destructive testing on constructed items out of carbon fiber? Specifically, if there was like a multiple constructions of the same item, would Boeing conduct non-destructive testing only on the first item, or would they do it on all items that are constructed?
This is referring to the multiple cures?
No, this is not specific to Titan. This is just anything that Boeing would construct out of carbon fiber.
We would possibly do a pre-inspection of something, prior to doing a co-bond or a secondary process. If there was something about the process that inhibited us from doing a inspection later on, we might do, pre-inspections of the component to try to characterize that specific component before we added additional material.
If you were to construct the same component multiple times, like you had a series of the same component, would you conduct non-destructive testing only on the first component, and then because you did the non-destructive testing on that first component, you wouldn't do it on the next series of items, or would you do it on all of the constructed items?
So statistical process control in some areas is done when you've stabilized the process. That's typically not done on composite parts. We typically do 100% inspection of all composite parts.
Does Boeing have a rejection rate when it comes to porosity, voids, inclusions, or other potential manufacturing defects?
We do, and it would be material and process specific.
And how are those determined?
Through test.
I'm going to switch to acoustic emission systems. Do you have experience with acoustic emission sensors?
I have general knowledge of acoustic emission.
Have you ever been involved in acoustic emission systems development that uses AE sensors and strain gauges to look at a carbon fiber design?
I have been involved, and I have run programs that used acoustic emission as providing additional analytical data during a composite test. Yes.
Did you have any involvement with the development of the acoustic emission systems for OceanGate?
No. Boeing didn't have any involvement, and I believe that system was patented by OceanGate.
Did you have any involvement with the third scale model testing from OceanGate?
Are you talking about the acoustic emission?
either material testing or the acoustic emission sensors?
We weren't really involved in the materials testing. We saw some things, peripherally saw some of those items. But we did have a small contract. We were requested by OceanGate to bring one of our commercially available acoustic emission systems and put sensors on one of their scaled test articles.
Were you there for the test?
I was not there for that test.
Was any Boeing representative there for the test?
I believe there were 2 Boeing people there that basically ran the commercially available system to record the acoustic emission data, and then we provided that data to OceanGate.
Were you involved, or was Boeing involved with any of the analysis of that acoustic emissions data from the third scale model testing?
I don't think we provided any analysis. I think we plotted the data and then gave them the download files and the data directly to OceanGate.
Do you believe that using AE sensors is a reliable way to determine the health of a carbon fiber hull?
I think it's a non-trivial problem when you start talking about that. Acoustic emission is capable of providing additional information. How you quantify or characterize that information is non-trivial.
Can you please explain that further?
If you're using it as detection of something is happening, or you're collecting data in a manner that you're going to be able to maybe triangulate a source of, these are basically irreversible effects that create elastic waves. So they're kind of creating this sound. If you're using it to triangulate, if you're using it to understand that something is happening.
All right, we got to take a pause here. Boeing and NASA are not being sued. The people that have been sued in the lawsuit. Let me see if we can bring up the recent opening, the recent document openings. Let's see here. Open recent files. The people being sued so far, and they're only being sued so far by the family of Paul-Henri Louis Emile Nargiolet, PH Nargiolet. His estate has filed a lawsuit against OceanGate Inc., the estate of Stockton Rush, the first witness, Tony Nissen, Electro Impact Inc. They're the ones that built the window, and Janicki Industries Inc. Not sure who they are, and Hydrospace Group Inc., who we heard from a couple of witnesses ago. The Boeing and NASA are not being sued. What this is not. These are not lawyers that are questioning. These are Coast Guard members. These are just members of the Coast Guard Marine Inquiry Board, the Maritime Investigation Board, I believe is what they're called. They're just trying to find how the accident occurred, why the accident occurred, what steps can be taken to make sure something like this doesn't happen again, and a couple of other things that aren't really relevant to any of this. So this is just an investigation. They're calling in witnesses that know about things like the carbon fiber hulls, the testing, the proper procedures they need to go through, recommendations regarding hull shape, materials, things like that. So this is not a lawsuit. They're not determining any civil or criminal liability. The people that are being called aren't being sued. This is just an investigation. So we're getting to see an actual Coast Guard investigation as it happens. Part of it anyway. I hope that clears it up for anybody that thinks anybody here is being sued. There's only 2 people that we've heard from so far that are actually the subject of the lawsuit. And that would be the Tony Nissen and Hydrospace Group Inc. I think that's clear enough. Let's move on. But wait, I forgot to read the super chat. Justin Wright with the $10 says, remember the testimony that during the transit to Titanic in 23 that a fairing was ripped off by the waves? Yeah, they dropped it off the deck, which caused the front to fall off on another mission. They've jammed the previous Titan, the Cyclops 1, into the Andrea Doria. They may have bounced this one off the Titanic at some point. There's a lot of structural damage that happened. I would call it destructive in-service testing, which is something that is kind of scary when you think about it.
I think that's a valid use, and I think that's consistent with.
Dang it! There we go again. This audio thing. And see, I probably don't even need to do the 600% thing because people are saying it doesn't work. So for those of you, this stupid widget I'm using interferes with my audio. You can still hear it. I just can't. Sometimes when we pause it happens. So that just means we have to bail out of this window, reopen the window again, and do the copy and paste. Hit that there, and re-show the screen. And there we go. Embiggen it.
Industry use of acoustic emission. To characterize it as a no-go-go gauge, that's a non-trivial problem.
Are you aware if Boeing manufactured any components or third-scale models for OceanGate?
We did not manufacture any parts for OceanGate.
Are you aware if Boeing helped or gave advice to OceanGate about the type of carbon fiber to purchase?
I don't believe we would have described what to purchase for OceanGate. I don't think we ever saw a final design or analysis from OceanGate.
And why did OceanGate and Boeing stop working together?
We had a number of different requests from OceanGate to respond to different requests for proposal. I don't know exactly, I think maybe we were too expensive.
And what time frame was OceanGate and Boeing working together?
We had two different periods. The first
No
was in the
lawsuits have been filed yet that I'm aware.
2013 period where we did the brief feasibility study, and then in 2016 was when we did we supported two different tests to record acoustic emission data.
And from your knowledge, is that when OceanGate and Boeing stopped working together in 2016?
I think the last time Boeing was in discussion with OceanGate was March of 2020, where we declined to respond to a request for proposal.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Now, if I read between the lines, that sort of sounds like Boeing wanted nothing to do with building anything that has anything to do with the Titan. They didn't respond to the proposals, the request for proposals, or anything like that. They didn't build anything for them.
Sir, are you good to keep going at this time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Good. Lieutenant Commander Emmons now has questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Nagley. I just have a few follow-up questions. You had mentioned CAT scanning and X-rays as non-destructive testing. What can you detect in a carbon fiber hole with those tests?
Well, if you're able to do a detailed CAT scan, you can get down to the individual fiber level. On this size of part, you would have reduced capability. You might be able to see something. You might be able to see something related to a disbond if it was significant, and you might be able to see, some type of waviness in the fiber on this scale of component.
And can you physically see those items you just mentioned within the hole without non-destructive testing or CAT scans?
You might have indications on the surface, but without that, you probably would not see that. There are some techniques through ultrasonic inspections where you can generate data related to wrinkles in composites, but it's very limited in terms of thickness.
Since you mentioned wrinkles, what are some of the ways you can eliminate wrinkles in the final laminate product?
Just
I'm
not going to say anything.
With this type of component, with a constrained construction, you really have to lay down the material with zero bulk. So there needs to be no difference between the green product and the cured product. If you can do that, then you should not have wrinkles in your part.
And if you did have wrinkles in the final product, Have you ever seen or would you recommend sanding down wrinkles to smooth out the layer for the next layer?
So we have done on the deep glider program, we did some multiple cured parts, and we have and did have wrinkles, very minor wrinkles, in some of those components. I believe, if I remember right, that part has about 160 plies in it. And I think we may have had a wrinkle that was about 3 plies thick, maybe 4 plies thick. And, you know, we would have looked at that, we would have characterized it, and then we would have done an analysis of the reduced performance, and really kind of looking at what the effect was of that wrinkle or the what we were doing to deal with that wrinkle. The reason on a multi-cure construction that we might sand that down is we don't want that wrinkle to propagate into the outer layers. And so there's a risk assessment that needs to be done with that, and there's an engineering analysis that needs to be done to make sure that the component still meets the capability as designed.
And to your knowledge, in working with Boeing, are there any regulations or policy regarding experimental aircraft and paying passengers?
That would be outside of my expertise.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Navarro.
Sir, at this time, I'd like to go to the National Transportation Safety Board for questions. Mr. Muse?
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Nagley. I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
He might be done.
Mr. Nagley, I do have a follow-up
Nope.
from what I believe you said earlier, that one of the higher stress levels for a carbon fiber structure such as Titan would be at the surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And just to understand that further, is that because the stresses experienced at depth would be maintained as the vessel ascended? Is that a correct interpretation?
This is from the, as the part is cured, it's vitrified, or it locks in, its stress-free temperature is close to the curing temperature. And so as that cools down, it develops interlaminar tension within the laminate because it's a constrained structure.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I understood that correctly. Lieutenant Commander Williams has some additional questions, sir.
Is there an engineering recommendation for storage of a carbon fiber cylindrical hull critical to hull integrity in terms of temperatures or humidity?
Temperatures or humidity. I mean, I would think on a critical structure like this, you would want to maintain control of it. Room temperature ambient. I don't know that there would be like an answer in terms of like a requirement, but you would want to evaluate. I mean, it would be a design requirement, and you would have to evaluate it in your design in terms of what the storage temperatures were going to be.
In your experience, would cold temperatures affect carbon fiber?
Well, certainly could. The delta between that stress-free state and the temperature that it receives would increase the interlaminar tension on that hull. You'd have to evaluate for those environmental characteristics. The other thing that you could have is if it had a cold soak and then you heated the outer structure, that might exacerbate that.
For testing purposes, should third scale models be constructed in the same manner as the full scale model?
If you're going to use it to support your analysis, 100%.
And why is this?
You're trying to make sure that your engineering analysis is accurate. And so you'd want it to be representative of the material and the process that was used to manufacture the part.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Anything, sir? Any more questions?
like to go to
Yep.
Ocean Gate for any questions at this time.
No questions.
No questions, thank you.
Are there any further questions from the board for Mr. Negley at this time? All right, I see none, sir. Want to say thank you for your time today and your testimony to the board. You are now released as a witness to this Marine Board investigation. If you have any further questions or concerns for the board, please contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. And if we need to contact you for any further information, we will contact you through your counsel. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
We are currently ahead of schedule, and our next witness, who is a Coast Guard Marine Inspector, Mr. John Winters, is here. We will try to start his testimony early at 11:15, and we may have to split it over lunch, but we will at least start early. So we will take a recess and reconvene at 11:15 with Mr. Winters.
Wow, they're crushing it on the schedule today. Super. We might get done early. I was worried about going overtime. We might be able to do a little bit of Friday. A little bit of Thursday. Let's see how this goes. Dang. So again, those were pretty generic. Not much to talk about witnesses. Let's see, is this our guy? This is our guy. They both NASA and Boeing just both laid out what their very limited involvement with Ocean Gate. I said they didn't build anything for either of them. NASA didn't do anything beyond the 1/3 scale testing. Boeing did nothing, didn't build anything, didn't want to have anything to do with them. That's where we are on
the board's.
Let's see here. I got everything read. Now we're moving on to a Coast Guard witness. Now, when I mentioned this, they're not investigating this guy. They're just questioning him. But one of the things that doesn't really have any applicability to the overall picture here that the Coast Guard is doing with this investigation is they're investigating the possibility that any Coast Guard members or other governmental agency or military agencies that fall within the scope of Coast Guard's ability to punish people did anything wrong in relation to this. But these guys, as far as I know, the next two witnesses are Coast Guard witnesses. They are Jonathan Winters is the U.S. Coast Guard sector for Puget Sound. Remember, they did a lot of their dive testing in Puget Sound there in Washington. And after him is Lieutenant Commander Jonathan Duffett. He is the United States Coast Guard Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance. They're probably going to be asking him a lot about classification, qualification, registration, oversight of submersible type vessels. Yes, I did say they were crushing it, and that was not intentional. Oh, that's just me. All right. So Johnny Winter here, great blues guitarist, Rip Johnny Winter, is our next witness.
Recorder Lieutenant Steele will now administer your oath.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001.
Okay, this is interesting. They have him listed as U.S. Coast Guard Sector Puget Sound, but he's Mr. and he's not in uniform and he's ancient. So I really wonder what his connection to the Coast Guard is. He's clearly not active duty Coast Guard. All right.
Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
The teeth and nothing but the teeth.
Good morning, Mr. Winters.
Good morning.
I see that you have co-counsel with you here today. Counselors, can you identify yourself for the record?
Okay, now he's got a Navy. I'm sorry, he's got a Coast Guard lawyer here with the Coast Guard JAGCOR, and apparently a civilian lawyer as well. He's the guy. He's the only guy we've seen so far that has two lawyers. So We'll find out. I'm sure he'll talk about his background and what he does, because that's what every witness is talking about. It's just interesting that he has two lawyers, one from the Coast Guard and one civilian.
Yes, good morning. Lieutenant Commander Hillary Wise, Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Good morning, Mr. Nat Eichler, Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Thank you. Mr. Winters, thank you for being here today. Lieutenant Commander Williams will start with your questioning. I'm sorry. Lieutenant Commander Whalen will start with your questions.
Good morning, Mr. Winters.
Good morning.
Again, thank you for being here with us. And as I ask you questions, if you need to take a break, just please let me know and we'll definitely get you a break. There's an exhibit binder, 2 exhibit binders in front of you there. As I bring up exhibits from the recorder, we will put them up on the TVs as well. Before we begin, I'll ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I'll stop you and ask you to explain the acronym.
Okay.
Can you please provide me your background in the marine safety field?
I became a Marine inspector in 1985 when I was assigned to MSO Duluth, Minnesota. I retired as an active duty Marine inspector in 2000, and I became a civilian Marine inspector in Sector Seattle, MSO Seattle at the time, now Sector Puget Sound.
Okay, so someone did call it. Someone up here earlier said, "Don't they have?" Yeah, here it is. Davell, doesn't the Coast Guard have civilian inspectors now? He is a Coast Guard civilian inspector. You called it Davell or Davell or cat with big ears, Vel, whatever. You called it. You win the internet.
So I've been a Marine inspector since 1985.
And through the years, can you go up to your present time with that?
Obviously, I've MSO Duluth till 1990. Then I went to MSO Seattle for 1996 active duty. And then I went to MSO San Francisco 96 to 2000 when I retired. And then I went back to MSO Seattle as a civilian Marine inspector in 2000 and been there since.
And what does MSO stand for?
Marine Safety Office.
And what is your current position?
I'm currently at Marine Inspector, Master Marine Inspector at Sector Puget Sound. It's a training port, and that's my focus of what my job is, taking trainees out and helping them get qualified to become Marine inspectors.
He just takes them out.
And can you explain to me what it is to be a Master Marine Inspector?
I believe the criteria, and I don't know if it's changed, was you had to have 4 quals, at least 2 majors, and have 12 years experience.
And you had mentioned training of other Marine inspectors. What are your roles and responsibilities as the Master Marine Inspector at the unit?
So we have the AMI program, which is just a couple of years ago came out. So they have a program where we take apprentice Marine inspectors out to indoctrinate them in the Marine inspection field. They have specific criteria that they're supposed to be able to demonstrate to get a sign off in their PQS, their professional qualification. They have to reach a certain point before they can set for a board before a qualification. So take them out of many inspections, many different inspectors to get them to where their package is complete. They've all the sign off that they need to have before they can set for the board. That's the goal for each individual inspector that's in the training program.
You had used the acronym AMI, that is Apprentice Marine Inspector, correct?
Correct.
And what inspections qualifications do you hold?
I have 18 Marine inspection qualifications.
Don't go over them all, please.
I have brought a list from the thing. If you want them all, I can.
Just submit it.
Do you have subchapter T or small passenger vessel?
Yes, I do.
He's got all the certificates.
Can you explain to me the Coast Guard's role in regulating commercial vessels?
Commercial vessels. The Coast Guard's role is that U.S. code identifies certain vessels that are subject to inspection. So if an entity comes and says, I want to get whatever kind of vessel inspected for whatever role, in this case, we'll just say subchapter T, that obviously the U.S. Code 2101-47 identifies what a small passenger vessel is. It's a vessel less than 100 gross tons carrying more than 6 passengers for hire And then D, and that
Listen to how closely that almost describes the submersible Titan. Listen to those requirements.
what a small passenger vessel is.
What is a small passenger vessel that's required to abide by these Coast Guard regulations? What is it, you ask?
It's a vessel less than 100 gross tons carrying more than 6 passengers.
Carrying more than, I think it's more than 6 passengers. How many people were on board the Titan? 5. Not 6. 5.
For hire. And then so less than 100 gross tons carrying more than 6 passengers for hire. And then D, and that is a submersible vessel carrying 1.
So for passengers for hire. Oh, so they didn't pay to be there. There wasn't 6 people paying to be passengers. It was 5 people who donated money and were designated mission specialists. Little different. See, this is showing how closely they appear to have walked to the line to avoid being called a passenger vessel.
For hire. And then D, and that is a submersible vessel carrying 1 passenger for hire would be subject to inspection under small passenger vessels. And then 46 USC 3301, vessels subject to inspection, small passenger vessels are listed there.
So if they even have 1 passenger for hire, if they have 1 passenger that pays, then they become a small vessel. Then they're subject to inspection and all these other things. There were no paying passengers. They weren't a passenger vessel because there wasn't 6, there was only 5 people, and they were all mission specialists. There wasn't even a single one. So we can see how just a little creative title giving might enable you to circumvent various inspections and requirements.
And what role does the officer in charge of marine inspections play?
The officer in charge of marine inspection is responsible to see.
Oh, of course they knew. That's why they did it. One of the earlier witnesses was talking about how one of their ideas before they decided on the idea to make everybody mission specialists was to give everyone who paid money to go down to the Titanic, to give everyone who paid money to go down to the Titanic 1 share in the company, because they were owners. Because owners of a vessel would be allowed to go down without having the instructions and the inspections and certifications, etc. So they thought if we just make everybody an owner, then we don't have to. But like if I owned 1 share of McDonald's, I would never go around calling myself an owner of McDonald's. So yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they were trying to find ways to get around it, and they found loopholes. So there you go. And I would assume that when the Coast Guard's final recommendations come out, it's going to be loaded with recommendations that these particular loopholes be closed. Uncivil Law says Coast Guard doesn't get enough love. They take down narco subs. They are badass. I worked with the guy who ended up being a friend of mine, who actually did that. He worked with the Coast Guard, and he was actually with the DEA, but he also worked closely with the Coast Guard, and he was one of the people that got to go shoot and or board the submarines. He has some really cool stories. And then he eventually went to work for the international financial crimes people. But yeah, cool guy. He has some cool stories of interdicting narco subs off the coast of Florida.
That a vessel is safely operated. He is responsible for seeing that the COI that ultimately is issued after the inspection process is carried out in accordance with the regulations, policy letters, NAVIX, U.S. code. That's his ultimate goal, responsibility.
So just for 2 clarifications of acronyms within that statement. So COI means
Certificate of Inspection.
And the NAVIC
is Navigation and Inspection Circular.
This guy's been doing his job so long that he can just sit there and quote lengthy random regulation numbers and spew off all of these acronyms with impunity. This is a guy who does his job well and has done so for a very, very long time.
You had mentioned all of your or you had stated that you had multiple qualifications. And then you also had mentioned the inspection of submersibles under subchapter T. Is there a specific submersible qualification?
There is not.
And to what regulatory standard are submersibles to be inspected?
Submersibles to be inspected, obviously subchapter T, but 46 CFR 175 to 187 doesn't envision a submarine. So the Navigation Inspection Circular 593 is the appropriate document for inspecting a submersible vessel.
And is that we can use?
I love nerds that can just rail off these regulations. This is actually pretty cool. This guy knows WTF he's talking about.
But is that NAVIC? Is that NAVIC a regulation?
No.
And as a marine inspector, how do you interpret that NAVIC? How do you get to the NAVIC to actually inspect the submersible to that NAVIC?
To get to that is the OCMI is responsible to see that a vessel is operated safely. And if you don't follow the NAVIC, I don't see how you can say that for a submarine. Is it been built to a standard? Has been maintained to the standard? Do they supply all the equipment that the NAVIC says that it's been based on? Because to my recollection, the Coast Guard still does not have a design or construction standard for submersibles. We have to rely on third-party folks, PVH01, pressure vessels for human occupancy, or ABS rules for that. Now, that's part of my job as a marine inspector would be to see that a submersible vessel has been built, designed, built, and maintained to those standards.
Can you explain to me, as a master marine inspector, the relationship that you have with third parties such as PVHO and ABS, or American Bureau of Shipping?
There's many aspects of the marine industry that we interact with third parties. Either PVHO would be a standard that I believe the Marine Safety Center recognizes that. They even have questions. But in many projects work with ABS, whether it's an alternate compliance program, the load line program. There's many programs you have to work with the ABS surveyor that's on site to come to getting a vessel, whether it's an annual or a COI or an initial COI.
And is it safe to say that these third parties, there are industry partners to help ensure safety and compliance of vessels to regulations?
Yes.
As a master marine inspector, do you think NAVIC 593 provides proper guidance to the attending marine inspector to conduct a thorough inspection of submersibles and its passengers?
Yes, it does. It is dated in a couple of areas.
In which areas do you believe it's dated?
In applicability, it says a small passenger submarine carrying is not inspected till it's more than 6 passengers. Obviously, Passenger Vessel Safety Act of 93 changed that to a single passenger. And then portable fire extinguishers, it says you should use a Halon 1301, which the Coast Guard withdrew the approval for years ago. And then obviously, if a fire extinguisher has to be compatible with human life in a confined space. And then we had FM 200, and then we withdrew the approval for that also. So there's some areas of the NAVIC that a person would be unable to comply with, just because I think recently the Coast Guard just approved another firefighting agent that's compatible with personnel in the space.
So at what point from the Authorization Act did the regulation or change from 6 passengers to 1 passenger regarding submersible operations?
Passenger Vessel Safety Act of 1993. I think it was implemented January 6, 1994.
Thank you. Does the Coast Guard provide specific training to marine inspectors for inspecting submersibles?
No.
Have you ever inspected a submersible?
Yes.
And where did you receive that training from?
But there's when I was an active duty marine inspector, sector Puget Sound built several, I think a dozen or more submersibles in our AOR, that Atlantis and some other things that were, and I got involved in building those submarines in the early 90s.
This guy knows his shit.
I think we started building them in
knows
the
what he's
80s, and then in the mid 90s, that construction program had ceased.
Just for clarification, the Coast Guard did not build those submersibles.
The Coast Guard witnessed the construction and the certification of.
And at that time, would you say that it was on the job training that you learned
Yes.
about submersibles? Is the inspections process initiated by the owner operator of the vessel or by the Coast Guard?
The owner operator would submit an application for inspection required by U.S. Code, a CG 3752 application for inspection to start the process.
So as a master marine inspector, having many years of experience, is this still part of your responsibilities? To be part of the process?
Be part of the process. So obviously the owner would submit an application to the office. The office would assign an inspector to that project. And then if it was assigned to me, the first thing we would do is send them what we call a kickoff letter. It would outlining what their responsibilities as far as drawings, what policies or regulations they would need to follow to complete the project. And then obviously follow the process with the owner to start.
Binders? We don't need no stinking
whether it's an
binders.
existing vessel or it's going to be a constructed vessel. So it makes a big difference in the process. What is an existing vessel or one that's going to be constructed?
And is this process the same for, say, surface vessels and submersibles?
Correct.
Are there currently any inspected submersibles operating out of the sector Puget Sound officer in charge of marine inspection zone?
No.
Are there currently any inspected submersibles that are operating out of any officer in charge of marine inspection
Yes.
zones within the Coast
Hawaii
Guard?
has a number.
Have you ever inspected a submersible to subchapter T standards?
Yes.
Have you ever inspected the Antipodes?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about the process? Provide me your recollection of the Antipodes and their inspections process.
The Antipodes initially requested to be a subchapter T vessel, and the process was started. So it was ABS Class A1 submarine, and it was due for their 5 years. So as part of while they initially submitted all the required documents for what it was designed and built to the Marine Safety Center, we started the process of the ABS 5-year out of Chapter 11 of the ABS rules of 2010, and where the gauges were taken out and calibrated. The through-hole fittings were taken out and examined. The lead was dropped. The pressure vessels were hydroed. The electrics went through. All that stuff was as part of the process.
Maddie B says, I wonder if they had oxygen masks and tanks in case of fire. I believe it was David Lockridge that testified that he was doing an inventory, preparing to do an inventory of life-saving equipment. And Stockton had a bunch of bigwigs that were walking through the room as he had everything out ready to inventory. And Stockton said, "We're not going to have any of that on the Titan." He literally told a bunch of bigwigs that we're not going to have any of that life-saving equipment on the Titan. It's a big waste of money. So, no. The answer is no.
While the review process was started, and I sat through their 40-hour course for their operations, for the future pilots to get an endorsement on their license as submersible vessel. So I sat in that course for the National Maritime Center in the 40 course, and then did a few test dives to see if that's the practice they were teaching was what they were actually doing in the submarine.
Just want to back up just a little bit on that. So you had mentioned the Marine Safety Center. What is the responsibility of the Marine Safety Center as you know it with regards to plan review for submersibles?
They are our technical advisors. Even if a person were to come from the Marine Safety Center doing whether it's stability or technical for construction, our unit would always have the owner send that to the Marine Safety Center, and we would look for a letter from the Marine Safety Center about whether they would approve structure, electrical, machinery, or whatever. So that in just about every vessel, that would be the process. You would have to submit the drawings to the Marine Safety Center, and we would wait for their letters to return on whether we would proceed or it could go as installed.
Now, is the Marine, and this is as you understand it, is the Marine Safety Center, I guess, attempting to approve the submersible to the construction standards within subchapter T or the NAVIC 593?
So there's two submarines, classes of submarines. Before the NAVIC submarine was MTN 0496, the Marine Technical Note. And then after the 593 it mentions in there that the standards that we recognize as either the pressure vessels for human occupancy 1 or it's the ABS standards that were developed. So like I said, I can't speak for the Marine Safety Center. I don't know if there's other standards they would recognize, but that's as far as we would tell the owner that they would need to follow the NAVIC for what they're submitting to the Marine Safety Center to try to streamline the process. Otherwise, it's going to be back and forth and it's going to delay the project.
And what about standards such as life-saving appliances, firefighting appliances, and means of escape?
So we're going to follow the NAVIC. Obviously we have a confined space with submarine. We don't want you having a CO2 fire extinguisher in a confined space because that's not going to be very compatible with human life. And there are issues, and it mentions in the NAVIC about getting in and out of the submarine with a Type 1 life jacket could be not feasible to do just because of a small opening. So typically we require the chase vessel to have the primary life saving for the passengers on the submarine.
So with the process from MSC, so as a Marine inspector, you are guiding the owner.
I shall return.
Process.
Correct.
And you will communicate with the MSC or the Marine Safety Center, the documents that need to be sent from the owner operator to the Marine Safety Center.
Correct.
And then at this point, once the Marine Safety Center provides direction back to the owner operator, what is your responsibility as a Marine inspector?
Then my responsibility is to see that the vessel has been, if it's already constructed, has been maintained to the standard it was designed and built to. Have there been repairs or alterations? Have they modified any of the electrical systems or machinery systems? Then that would have to be addressed if those have been changed or they were different than what was actually submitted to the Marine Safety. I would verify that the conditions that exist on the vessel are the same as that were sent to the Marine Safety Center. Would be.
So now in the case of the Antipodes, and I believe, who did you work with at Ocean Gate with the Antipodes?
Stockton Rush was a principal person.
Okay. So you had worked with Mr. Rush to send documents to the Marine Safety Center.
Correct.
And at that point, you said while you were waiting on review or plans to come back, what was the steps that you went through outside of the ABS testing that you had just discussed?
Obviously, it's the course and like I said, we basically took the submarine apart, put it back together, and tested every single system on the submarine that while we were waiting for comments to come back from the Marine Safety Center.
And what was the requirement for you had mentioned the 40-hour course. Where did that requirement come from?
I think it's in the NAVIC. It says there's got to be 40 hours of course, 15 hours of operation, of supervised operation, 5 hours unsupervised operation in the class of submarine that the person is looking to get an endorsement on their license for.
Can you explain to me the Coast Guard credentialing process and what an endorsement means? Not necessarily the full process. Is a operator, by operator I mean pilot or person who drives the vessel, are they required to be
Sorry, snagged a piece of pizza.
Licensed by the Coast Guard if they plan on carrying passengers?
Correct. Yes.
And then what does that, so within that license, you have an endorsement. What does that endorsement mean?
That endorsement means that obviously they've had 40 hours of instruction in the class of submarine. They have 15 hours of supervised operation. They have 5 hours of unsupervised operation. And then that would all be submitted to the National Maritime Center for them to put endorsement on their operator of a small
pepperoni.
passenger vessel.
And is that endorsement a captain of the port specific requirement?
I'm not 100% specific sure, but the NAVIC requires that endorsement. And then obviously, I think the OCMI would follow the NAVIC on requiring it, just like an auxiliary sail endorsement. If you've got an auxiliary sail vessel, you have to have that endorsement on your license to operate that.
Do you know if the Coast Guard has a submersible operation license?
I do not. I'm not aware. Like I say, I don't know where all of. I don't know what the, like I say, I'm unaware of what the infinite requirements of that are.
Understood. So at this time in the timeline, this is roughly, do you remember what year this was approximately?
2010.
2010. And in 2010, as they are awaiting their communication with MSC, what was after the inspection process with the ABS? Did the Antipodes request an oceanographic research vessel designation for operation?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
It was,
Can you tell me what an oceanographic research vessel designation letter is?
yes, it's the Marine Safety Manual. In that time had a page B442 had an example. An oceanographic research vessel, the Office of the U.S. Code says what it has to be. It has to be operated exclusively in oceanographic research, and it lists a bunch of different types of seismic stuff, oceanographic study, and the letter lists that they have to be operated exclusively in that oceanographic research to retain that letter.
Does a vessel who attains and we'll call it ORV rather than saying oceanographic research vessel designation every time. So is an ORV vessel required to be inspected to act as an ORV?
No. Well, I guess I should qualify that. If it's over 300 gross tons, then it has to be inspected as an oceanographic research vessel. If it's less than 300, it's not inspected.
Was the Antipodes over 300 gross tons?
No. Just to clarify, the U.S. Code in definitions identifies what an oceanographic research vessel does. It doesn't identify when one's become inspected or uninspected. You have to go to the 46 CFR 2.01-7, column 6, to find out which one is inspected and which one is not. And obviously the break point is 300 gross tons, and according to that, the seagoing motor vessel falls into that category where a yacht would be, if it's over 300, would be inspected under the seagoing motor. Subchapter U would be inspected under oceanographic research under subchapter U if it's over 300.
Thank you. Are submersibles able to be designated as oceanographic research vessels?
Yes.
How does the oceanographic research vessel designation request process work? And as a marine inspector, is there any standards that you're verifying on this vessel?
Uninspected, so 46 CFR Part 24 to Part 26 for an uninspected vessel. The Marine Safety Manual talks about B440 to B442, and B474 and 75 addresses submersible vessels. I would visit the vessel, any kind of vessel, whether it's a submersible or not. Is it suitable platform for the intended use? Is it being maintained? Is it have the proper, even the limited equipment that's in that thing doesn't have that equipment on that. The people got some kind of, they don't require to have a license, but some kind of training. Obviously, the submersible vessel would go a lot further down the rabbit hole of qualifications and stuff just because of the inherent danger of a vessel that may get entangled or whatever, not be able to come back is so it would, even though the regulations don't require it before those, OCMI would be amenable to signing an oceanographic research vessel letter to a submersible vessel, we'd have to go further than, we'd go further than just the uninspected 24 to 26, just because of the inherent danger.
But that's not required under
It's not
regulation.
required under things.
And why did you take it upon yourself to go out and conduct or do a more in-depth investigation?
Well, we
Or
started
just believe us, inspection.
the inspection is the inspection started the physical stuff for what was on the submarine, how it was maintained, how it was built had already been gone through. We'd taken this, I would never get to following the NAVIC or ABS rules for taking the thing apart to get an oceanographic research vessel letter. That had already been accomplished. It went in to dive it to 936 feet to say it was far, far above what any rules would require for oceanographic research vessel.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up Exhibit 002, which is our Antipodes documentation?
002.
And if you can scroll to the activity summary, I believe it's.
Each can be like commander data. Okay, got it all memorized.
Can you go down one page? So, Mr. Winters, are you familiar with what you see on that page and as well as on the
Yes.
TV? And what are we looking at?
You're looking at my missile entry for what was accomplished on the Antipodes in 2010.
And can you provide me the acronym for missile?
Marine information.
I can fill in here, sir. It's
Ha! There's an acronym he doesn't know. He's not omniscient. Gotcha, bitch. There's something he doesn't know. Ha ha. Now I feel smart because there's something he doesn't know.
Gotcha, bitch.
Coast Guard's database for prevention
It took like a long time, but we got him.
information. The acronym is Marine Information for Safety and Law Enforcement.
Thank you, sir. So missile from
Yes.
here on out. We'll call it. So what is missile as for a Marine inspector? If you can explain to the public what that is.
It's how we document our activities when any particular vessel for historical use. If we were to issue a requirement that would be cleared in another port, that the other port would want what we found to be deficient in the thing, or if it had a partial COI in one zone and moves to another, that other zone would want to know what you actually did as far as the vessel progressing toward the COI. So and even subsequent inspections down the road, you would refer to past inspections to see if was there any exemptions or equivalencies granted. Or
Now, in case anybody was wondering, they keep talking about the Antipodes. The Antipodes was the first submersible that OceanGate acquired, and it had the ability to travel to the depth of 1,000 meters. I'm sorry, 1,000 feet. So, what, 300 meters?
is there special notes about inspecting something because it's an issue or whatever? So it's a very important document, especially for not only for its initial thing, but for subsequent inspections down the road.
So this inspection in which you did here along with ABS is not a standard inspection for a oceanographic research vessel designation.
Correct, it's not a standard one.
Oh, and I do hate to interrupt us one more time here. We do have a super chat to clear, and that is from Jinver. Jinver, I would like to see this guy do a mastermind against uncivil law. Different fields, but it would be kind of cool to watch them in their element. They both are able to quote chapter and verse at will. Us mere mortals can just stand back in awe. And thank you very much, Jen, for that. Appreciate that, Jennifer. Island asks a very important question. How far are we from unleashing the emotional support potato pig dog cam for the 23rd day in a row? The answer to that, Island, is none, because Jennifer just bumped us right over the line. Now, because of Ginger's 5-pound super chat, we have, ladies and gentlemen, released the hounds. We've reached that part of the day, which we call, of course, release the hounds. And we bring the emotional support potato pig dogs into the picture as my co-host for the rest of the evening. That's Yoda asleep there. Strawberry is asleep under the desk right next to me. But thank you so much. Day 23, keeping the streak alive. The emotional support potato pig dog cam is active. Thank you very, very much. And boom, we are there. Let's go. Let's keep on going with this guy. This guy is fascinating. It kind of makes me feel bad because I'm just sitting here listening to this guy. I've got nothing really to comment about. He's teaching, and I'm learning. I'm listening and learning.
Did Sector Puget Sound place any additional requirements on OceanGate and the Antipodes to retain or attain a oceanographic research vessel designation?
We require them to submit an operations manual, which was approved. And I think I didn't bring a copy, but it's in the documents for if you look at the missile entry and documents, that operations manual is in missile.
And is that a standard requirement for ORV designation?
The operations manual is how they defined how they were going to be used exclusively as an oceanographic research vessel. It wouldn't be a typical for a surface vessel. It wouldn't be typical. I would look a surface vessel. I would look for, do you have a contract with University of Washington, National Marine Fisheries, or some other person that you're doing to show that you're being operated exclusively in some kind of oceanographic research? We would require the owner to demonstrate that they were.
But my good sir, the Titan, they collected a water sample. Let's not forget that. They collected a water sample. They were involved in scientific research. Very important scientific research. Don't forget that.
Exclusively in oceanographic research prior to issuing the letter.
And did they provide that to you in this case?
Yes.
And who were they working for exclusively?
They had different things. The first thing went down
Oh,
to
yes.
LALB.
And Rojas, she
and
counted
did some
fish.
dives there for some folks, and I don't know what the actual ones, but LALB had a participated in the approval of that manual back.
And so for acronym LALB
is Los Angeles, LALB, Los Angeles, Long Beach.
And so just back to the oceanographic research vessel designation letter, is that only, is that specific to each officer in charge of marine inspection zone? So can they operate on the Sector Puget Sound ORV designation letter in Sector Los Angeles, Long Beach?
Correct. Or Miami, in this case, they went to Miami. They've operated in many different zones over the years.
And did yourself or anybody from Sector Puget Sound make notification to the other sectors that there was a operation coming to operate in that area?
Yes.
And why is that notification made?
That notification is made just so that if the local OCMI has any restrictions on a vessel's operation or zone-specific requirements, that they could obviously get in contact with the owner or tell me that these specific zone requirements need to be included in their operations, what they were going to do, whether it's a different kind of life-saving operated, there's areas we don't want you diving in because the wrecks or whatever have entanglements that we know about that we don't want you operating, and you can't do that. So I would communicate that with the owner and then put them in touch with whoever the other zone designated as a person to be the go-between and communicate with.
So all the while throughout this time, the Antipodes is attempting to get a small passenger vessel certification.
Correct.
At what point did the Antipodes ever attain a small passenger vessel certificate of inspection?
No.
Are you aware of why not?
Antipodes wanted to dive anywhere there was 1,000-foot bottom. Coast Guard is not, I'm not aware of them approving anything over 150 feet. And that's, if you look at the Atlanta submarines certificate of inspection, it specifically sells that out. You can't dive anywhere where it's more than 150 feet deep. So that they would not, I guess, not turn loose of that. That's one of their main mission was to dive anywhere as 1,000 feet. And when headquarters, we went back and forth many times to headquarters, and then they changed to oceanographic research vessel when they couldn't get that.
In that requirement or the restriction to, which is 45 meters, roughly 150 feet, is found in NAVIC 593?
Correct.
And why is that at 45 meters or?
It's about the limits of what a diver can go down and hook a line on the thing. It's, if you look at the Atlanta submarines certificates, they have to have 2 divers on board that they can have in the water within an hour if the submarine can't mix it up. So that's one of the reasoning behind that.
And does an oceanographic research vessel designation have that restriction, or can they dive to any depth that they want?
They would dive at any depth that's certified for it. I'm unaware of any restrictions that would be placed on that. There's no regulatory authority to do that. Obviously, you'd have to go down the manifestly unsafe voyage or something, then it gets complicated.
So just to so a vessel that attains a U.S. Coast Guard certificate of inspection has a restricted dive limit to 45 meters. And a vessel that does not have Coast Guard inspection or is not inspected to Coast Guard standards can dive to whatever depth that they want.
Let's say I'm unaware of any restriction. Obviously, it talks about submarines being used in the Marine Safety Manual B4, page 74, 75. And
Oh my God, he just gave us a page number. Kudos to him for that. He just didn't quote a regulation. He just quoted a page number. Damn. And Mavi says, a water sample. I've heard it collected 400 atmospheres of water samples. I haven't heard that they collected that much. What I had heard, and again, I may have misheard or wrong. It seemed like they collected 1 water sample each voyage. I could be completely wrong, but that's what I understood.
Reference, there's nothing that I'm aware of that would restrict that vessel.
Oh, I'm just sorry. The Sock Snatcher says, Jeff, any theories on why he's double lawyered? Overabundance of caution. The Coast Guard probably said, you go sit with him. These are both Coast Guard lawyers. One is a civilian Coast Guard lawyer. The other is the Coast Guard lawyer. So I'm sure the Coast Guard just said, these guys are coming with you.
It's just there's no regulatory requirement that I'm aware of to restrict that.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Rush regarding the inspections requirements for small passenger vessels?
On many occasions.
Do you recollect or remember any of those conversations, and what was in your conversations, his opinion of the small passenger vessel regulations?
When the process changed, when they gave up the inspected vessel to 1,000 feet, he did express on
a water sample. I've heard it collected 400 atmospheres of water samples. I missed the joke. The chat was referencing the implosion. Wasn't that the joke? Because I must admit, I'm still missing the joke. I'm still missing the joke. Maybe now I'm the joke. Okay, atmosphere is depth. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Man, y'all are smarter than me. Yes, but that would be a very large water sample. Yeah, that would be a very large sample. Anyway, Let's continue. It's still a water sample. It just happened at
multiple
40
occasions that regulations were stifling his innovation process.
Sorry, I ruined the joke.
And do you believe that
I'm
once
lame. Sorry.
he realized, or once there was, in not your opinion, but in your conversations, when he realized that he could not get the small passenger vessel certificate to operate with passengers, and understood the non-restriction of the ORV, that now became the way forward for Mr. Rush?
They came up with their own on their own thing and then applied for the ORV designation.
Are you familiar with the Cyclops 1?
Yes, I am.
The Cyclops 1 was sort of a prototype of Cyclops 2, which became the Titan. That could go down to about 1,600 feet. It had problems, had a lot of problems. And paralegal Liz says, will there be any penalties as a result of this hearing? Almost certainly no. In order for there to be penalties as a result of this hearing, it would have to be against either a Coast Guard member or other military or government official that had done something wrong in relation to the Titan accident, or a holder of a U.S. navigation license doing something wrong in relation to the accident. So almost certainly no.
The Cyclops 1 ever apply for inspection?
Yes. Secretary Puget Sound has issued 3 ROV letters, 2018, 2020, 2022.
Did they ever apply for inspection?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Rush regarding of the reason they did not apply for inspection?
No.
Oh yes, almost certainly. This is an almost certain yes. The findings of the Coast Guard will almost certainly be used in civil lawsuits by parties against Ocean Gate and people related to them. Almost certainly, the findings will be used.
To your knowledge, the Cyclops 1, did they provide for you a operations manual with regards to the Cyclops 1?
Yes, we went through the same process about them demonstrating it was going to be used for oceanographic research purposes in accordance with what the U.S. code says it required to be.
Did they operate outside of the sector of Puget Sound?
I'm not, like I say, I'm not totally aware where they've operated. I haven't seen, I looked at missile and I didn't see any missile activities from other units, where Antipodes has a bunch. Sector San Francisco made them, several units have made them jump through the demonstrating that they're still operating exclusively in oceanographic research, but I'm not aware of any other units entering a missile activity for Cyclops 1.
So sector Puget Sound, according to your search and missile, is the only Coast Guard unit to issue an oceanographic research vessel designation.
Correct.
Per Coast Guard policy and oceanographic research vessel guidance, would they be able to operate without an oceanographic research vessel designation in another captain of the port zone?
They would have to operate in any Coast Guard captain port zone as an oceanographic research vessel. You'd have to have the letter. Some OCMI would have to have issued you an oceanographic research vessel letter.
Who's allowed to participate in these operations? Who's allowed to be carried on board the vessel?
It's scientists. Obviously, U.S. code defines what a scientist is, and 2101 defines what a scientist is.
And has that policy changed? Or has that guidance on what a scientific personnel is?
It's updated that that not having the age of the scientist having anything has changed. That was added after Antipodes got there. They added, I think D is about that you can't take into account the age of the scientist when you're talking about scientific personnel.
So as a Marine inspector, how do you interpret that? So the person on board a oceanographic research vessel designation can be 1 year old to be considered a scientific personnel?
like I say, US code says you cannot take into account the age of the scientist.
So therefore, a 19-year-old can be a mission specialist.
So we talked briefly about the role of the classification society with regards to the inspection of the antipodes. What is the Coast Guard's role in working with classification societies in conducting inspections of vessels?
That would depend on what class of vessel, because obviously if it's just a load line vessel, we would work with ABS and load line because they administer the program for us. If it's an alternate compliance program vessel where they're issuing all the certificates except for the COI and the security certificate, we have a much closer rule about actually meeting with the surveyor when they're finishing up their surveys before they sign all the certificates that they're issuing in the Coast Guard's name. So it depends on the class of vessel, how much time we would spend with the actual ABS surveyor.
Was the Antipodes registered in the state of Washington?
Yes, it has a WN number.
Was the Cyclops 1 registered in the state of Washington?
It has a WN number.
Is that something as a marine inspector that you would look into to ensure that they're in compliance with state registration?
Correct. The obviously U.S. code and the regulations, it has to be 5 net tons before it can be documented. Antipodes was nowhere close to being 5, so it was not eligible for documentation. So then it would often have to be, we would expect, let's say, to have a WN number for us to progress down that road.
So the requirements for it to be a U.S. vessel is either a federally documented over 5 net tons required or a numbered for the state.
Correct.
And within the state of you're in the state of Washington. Are you familiar with the state of Washington registration requirements?
I'm not fully sure. I've had boats that are registered to the things, and I don't know. Obviously, it had a WN number, and I don't know what the actual physical requirements that they would have for a submarine.
So you're not familiar whether if submarines are required to be
I think it meets the
registered?
definition of a watercraft that would require to be numbered.
Did OceanGate ever do a request or an application for inspection for the Titan Submersible?
No.
Never wanted to be investigated. Never wanted to be inspected.
Oceanographic research vessel designation letter for the Titan Submersible?
No.
Never wanted a research vessel designation. Are we seeing a pattern here, people? The Titan didn't want any kind of inspection or a certification whatsoever. It's kind of sketch.
Did OceanGate ever do a request or an application for inspection for the Titan Submersible?
No.
Did they ever request a oceanographic research vessel designation letter for the Titan Submersible?
No.
Did OceanGate ever make notification to the Coast Guard for construction or assisting in construction standards for the Titan Submersible?
No. I guess I have to preface, none that I am aware of.
Did OceanGate actually do anything?
Did you ever have any
whatsoever at all?
conversations with Mr. Rush regarding the Titan Submersible?
No. I mean, I was in passing. I saw 3 of the submersibles on a barge. They were taking this somewhere. As we finally got our submarine to go to the Titanic, but that was the only thing in passing. Nothing about what it was constructed to, who witnessed, none of that stuff. It's just here it is. Just look at the outside. And while I was there for one of the oceanographic vessel of one of their other ones. But as far as Titan, I saw it, and that's as far as it went.
And when was that? Roughly.
Roughly, I'm not even sure about 2022, maybe. I don't know for sure.
And where were you located, or where was this?
Everett, Washington.
Was it at their facility?
It was at a marina where the barge was located that they had them on, and I don't know if it was their facility was on land that they would haul them up to airplane hangar that they converted to their operations.
Did Mr. Rush ever discuss his operations plan with you?
No. I mean, I guess back up. He had previously stated in 2010 that he wanted a submarine capable of taking people to the Titanic on multiple occasions.
Did he ever discuss with you or seek guidance in a discussion regarding passenger fees or mission specialist fees or paying for operations?
No.
Were you ever aware at any time that there was operations conducted using the Antipodes and or Cyclops with passengers that were paying?
It's not in that aspect. Obviously, I'm assuming that they would have a contract with whoever the research entity was. It wasn't research for obviously some kind of monetary compensation for using the submarine for the research. But as far as the individuals paying, I'm not aware that any individual actually paid.
So did you ever provide any guidance to Mr. Rush regarding regulations covering his vessels to include the Titan?
Never a discussion about including the Titan in any of their
I'll
operations.
rephrase that, sir. So we've just discussed over multiple times about the regulations. Did you ever provide any guidance to Mr. Rush regarding regulations covering the Titan?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Oh, and this is a good place to mention a couple of things. I guess one thing mainly. Maggie Smith has died. I think she was like 89, 90 years old. Maggie Smith, she played what's her face in Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall. She was in Downton Abbey, Sister Act. God, she's been in so many famous classic movies. She's been a super actress. She's got First Wives Club. She was in a great Richard III with Sir Ian McKellen back in '95. God, Hook. She was in Hook. Romeo. She played Romeo and Juliet. God. She was in the original Clash of the Titans as well. Death on the Nile, Murder by God, just lots of Agatha Christie stuff. I mean, she's fantastic actress. Rest in peace, Maggie Smith. And currently we are at the 2.5 hour mark. We've got 502 people concurrently watching, 337 likes. Just quickly get down there and smash that like button. We need 200 more likes. Just get us up to 500 likes. Like, we can do it this fast. It takes 0 time. It's free. It costs you nothing, and it makes us all happy. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. I would be just deeply honored if you would consider me one of the channels you subscribe to if you haven't already done so, and hit the notification button so you never miss a day of anything we do here on this exciting place. We have the greatest chat on the entire internet. We're super cool. If I say so myself, we got the best mods, we got the best chat. And speaking of mods, hey mods, you guys are doing great. Thank you so much for being here. And that's kind of it. I just wanted to do that quick little update and to check in on our like and subscribe poll, which again is just here to remind you to hit the like and subscribe buttons after you've done that. And if you are subscribed, as always, double check just to make sure you're still subscribed. We're in our poll today. We're doing because we have to be careful of the YouTube words: marry, intercourse, or delete. So far, 12% of you said you would marry the Coast Guard, intercourse Boeing, and delete NASA. Tied for third place with also 12% of the vote. 12% of you said that you would marry NASA, you would intercourse Boeing, and you would delete the Coast Guard. 36% of you said you would marry the Coast Guard, intercourse NASA, and delete Boeing. And so far in the lead, in first place, 40% of you, nearly half, have said that you would marry NASA, intercourse the Coast Guard, and delete Boeing. So, all right, that's just our silly little poll to remind you to hit the. And of course, people have asked why no option to marry Boeing. Nobody wants to marry that. Just simple. Nobody wants to marry Boeing. that's it. That's it for our little midstream grift here. We'll check back in a little while. Like I said, this is Friday. I don't have anywhere to be in particular tonight, so we're gonna go long. There is a possibility that we may finish everything in one day here. We may finish day 8 all in one sitting. We'll see. And again, rip. She was a dame, correct? I believe, yes, she was Dame Maggie. Rest in peace. Yes, she was. Rip Dame Maggie Smith.
Before we
I'm good.
continue.
If you guys are
Damn
good,
it. There we go again with my lovely, I just need to stop doing this. That's my lovely 600% booster, which apparently you guys think is useless anyway. So let's copy that, bail out, open up a new window, slide on over here, copy, paste, bring up the window again, and bump that down, do another 600% bump in a new window because, hey, that's how we operate. 2, 3, 4, 5, 600%, and bring the screen back up and push play, and we are back where we started.
you're good. I'm good.
Okay. I just have some follow-ups from Commander Whalen's questioning, sir. In regards to the observation of the Titan submersible around 2022, what was your understanding of that vessel's status? And by that I mean, did you assume anything about
the
that?
seal is
I did
broken.
not assume anything. We didn't get into about what standards it was built to, who built it, none of that was discussed. It's just, hey, we have a submarine now. We can go to. It's good for 4,000 meters, and that was just kind of, we have a submarine to do that now. No discussion about what rules it complied with or what they anticipated using. Obviously anticipated using it to go to the Titanic, but there was no conversations about how it was constructed, who constructed, or anything like that.
Would you assume if it was going to be a U.S. operation that he would apply to sector Puget Sound for inspection or an ORV letter?
Yes, I would assume that since they already have 2 vessels that they went through that process on. Obviously he knew the process because he had 2 vessels that had, one vessel that tried to go through the inspection standards and 2 vessels that had ORV letters.
For the ORV letters from sector Puget Sound, did you require full classification by a third-party class society?
No.
Is that something you checked for before providing an ORV letter?
No.
Are you aware that the Cyclops did not have full classification?
I'm not aware that whether it was classed or not.
I feel I should address something here. Great Success says Jeff's booster is low tier. The problem is StreamYard, the interface between me and YouTube and you, they dick around with the audio. They presume that we don't know what we're doing. And so they decide that they're going to fix audio for us. So what I hear, so say I have a guest on, what I hear and what the guest hear and what you hear are 3 completely different things. Because I have all the settings here. It gets fed into StreamYard. StreamYard does their automatic audio adjustments, which we can't override. And then it goes out to YouTube, and then it goes out to you. So if it sucks. You know, the StreamYard thinks they know better. So this is literally the best we can do with the audio. They're up at 600%, and I'm down at about 30% on my mic. That is one of the StreamYard. They are a lowest common denominator platform, like OBS, things like that. They trust you to know what you're doing. StreamYard just says we'll take care of it for you. So it's not me. I wish I could balance out this audio better for you, but yeah. StreamYard, that's it. Let's go.
Lieutenant
Emily
Steele,
Baker. Emily Baker can't help. if you watch some of her court streams, she does the same thing. There is nothing I can do about the audio. That's a common refrain on her court feed. So it's just a thing.
Call up United States Code definition for scientific
I don't have
operations.
time. StreamYard's the easiest. It's plug and play, which is part of the problem. Anyway, we're not here to talk about them.
If you can just give me a moment here, sir.
If you want to hear what it sounds like without the
This is
audio,
Title
it's much slower.
46, Section 2101, and then the bullet for scientific operations. Actually, the definition for oceanographic research vessel under 24.
Does that sound the same to you? Because I can barely hear it. I can barely hear the court, and it's up at full volume. The court, I can barely hear the Coast Guard, and they're up at 100% volume right now.
I think this is actually the definition. What exhibit do we have here?
This is
Yeah, see, that's
Exhibit 002.
that's StreamYard.
06.
Exhibit 002 provides an excerpt from the statute that I'm referring to.
24, I've got that.
So, Mr. Winters, my question, if you read the definition of oceanographic research vessel, I'm going to read it into the record, means a vessel that the secretary finds is being employed only in instruction in oceanography or limnology or both, or only in oceanographic or limnological research, including studies about the sea, such as seismic, gravity meter, and magnetic exploration, and other marine geophysical or geological.
And the fun point is, after the stream goes down, YouTube reprocesses everything, and so it kind of balances out. It's just a thing, you know. It's what happens when you deal with. See, if the Coast Guard could do it just by boosting the volume on their mixer, but you know, it's them. Anyway,
surveys, atmospheric research,
cope with it, deal with it, live with it,
biological
and be happy I'm here.
So, sir, my question on this is, from Sector Puget Sound's interpretation of this, could a citizen, non-scientist, who...
Oh, no, Porcelain Thunder. You said you'd like to know exactly what research they were doing. They've told us. Rojas, Ms. Rojas, she counted fish, and they collected a water sample. Science.
Who is donating to an organization or third or nonprofit, conduct underwater observations under the ORV designation?
I guess you'd have a stretch on them being scientific personnel. You'd have to get down into some things as far as, are they in a course for that, in a school program? Are they employed by University of Washington, Washington State Fisheries or National Marine Fisheries or something? Obviously, if that was their position, you would say that they could do that. But as far as getting down who they took on every voyage, we never vetted through that.
Understand. So Sector Puget Sound's interpretation was of this provision in the law was it had to be a scientist.
Correct.
Could it be like university students that are
To me,
studying?
if they're all in a program for oceanographic research or one of those other ones, if they're involved in a program that they're taking instruction in that, they could very well meet the scientist definition of that's how they're getting their education or their degree in that whatever particular field that.
Come on, Coast Guard. Just ask the question, Coast Guard. If somebody pays $250,000 to go down into a vessel as a marine specialist and counts fish, does that qualify as an oceanographic research vessel? Just ask the question directly.
Would you like to? Is there a clarification, sir?
Obviously, that was up there, the definition of scientific personnel, and then it would.
Good. For the record, sir, I want to clarify, from your experience, you listed several marine safety offices that you had served at under the Coast Guard, and now you were at Sector Puget Sound. I just want to clarify that Marine Safety Office is the same type of unit and that the Coast Guard changed two sectors for sectors Puget Sound after 9/11. Is that
Correct.
correct?
It was actually Sector Seattle first and then Sector Puget Sound, if you want to be technical.
Yes, sir. But I just wanted to say that it's the same type of duties.
Yes, correct. It didn't change my duties one bit.
And so I want to talk about the Cyclops operations. I believe you said that Sector Puget Sound issued 3 ORV designation letters to Cyclops?
2018, 2020, 2022.
And how long is each letter good for?
2 years.
And did you say that you checked the Coast Guard missile system database to see if Cyclops had operated in other zones? Did I get that right?
So I looked in the missile database and it only has the stuff R3 ORV letters in there. It doesn't have an ORV letter or an inspection from another zone.
And I want to make sure I understood that. I believe you said during earlier testimony that an ORV letter issued by Sector Puget Sound could be good for another zone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you may not see an ORV letter from another zone.
May not. In the case of Antipodes, there were several because it's since 2010. I think Miami issued one and some other ports have issued ORV letters for the Antipodes.
In addition to Sector Puget Sound's
Correct.
ORV letter? So is it fair to say that the Coast Guard's oversight of ORVs is inconsistent in that instance then? If the Cyclops were operating in other zones?
Each zone would have its own, I guess, standards as far how far are we going to delve into the operations of an oceanographic research vessel letter, what its operation is, hazards in the zone. So it could be zone specific about how much attention was paid to any individual vessel based on their operations. So that's a hard question to answer for some other zone what they're going to do.
So typically, the Coast Guard would have entered some kind of activity in the missile database, maybe not a new ORV letter, but some kind of risk assessment.
If they were to have done that, they should have. And like I say, I haven't seen anything with Cyclops. Antipodes, there's some other zones letters about them having the company verify that they're still operating exclusively as an oceanographic meeting the definition of oceanographic research vessel. MSO San Francisco did, and some other sectors have had some missile entries about Antipodes, but not Cyclops. Not that I'm aware of anyway.
Thank you. I'd now like to discuss what happens at Sector Puget Sound if a passenger vessel or submersible is found operating in your zone without a proper certificate of inspection or ORV letter. Does that ever occur?
Not for a submarine, but for other vessels, yes. Then obviously our investigation office gets involved in them hauling passengers for hire without a COI. Obviously, that's a violation of the U.S. code. So that can come down to a fine being assessed against the owner or the operator. If the person has a master's license, the Coast Guard may choose to revoke that person's master's license if they're operating without the proper ORV letter or the COI.
And sir, just for the record, I want to clarify that the Coast Guard has changed from master's licenses to merchant mariner credentials?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm dating myself.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have at this time. I think it would be good to take a 10-minute break before we continue.
Yeah.
The hearing will recess and reconvene at 12:20.
All right, and for us, we're just going to skip ahead 20 minutes. We kind of wasted a lot of time. I forgot from the last time I did the rebooting the screen thing. I forgot to put it on 1.25 speed.
Hypothetical. But that was.
All right, now we got some Coast Guard. Some Ocean Gate questions.
This operation, maybe I missed this, was in international waters or in the zone in Puget Sound?
I'm sorry, I was talking about at the Titanic wreck site, so international waters. I'm asking the witness if he became hypothetically, if the Coast Guard became aware of an operation that was going to be experimental with scientific personnel in international waters, but was being constructed in their zone. I want to know what actions the Coast Guard could take in that instance.
Right, understood. But that was public information. The expeditions had been publicized, correct? So it's not really was known. I mean, are you asking if there was a specific application made to the Coast Guard of some sort? Because I guess the confusion here is that this was known that these expeditions were taking place. So if you're asking, it's not a hypothetical, we can show the brochure.
Okay, let me rephrase. Is there an action that Sector Puget Sound could have taken with the knowledge that was known about the Ocean Gate operations to stop the operation?
It was not happening in our zone, so I think that would have to be referred to Coast Guard headquarters or the U.S.
Ocean Gate's
Attorney
asked a lot of
for
questions.
what laws would actually apply, because actually OCMI's actions are limited to what's in his AOR. So if the vessel was not located in Sector Puget Sound's AOR, our actions as far as what we could specifically apply to the vessel would be very limited. Not registered in international waters, I think we'd be outside of the scope of the sector doing something about that. That's my personal opinion. I don't know what regulatory wise, I couldn't speak to that.
But as a marine inspector, you're generally
Obviously, I
understand.
became aware of something like that, I would have to run that through our investigations office for them to take the matter up to see what actions the Coast Guard could take, as far as would be my reporting it to the investigations office for them to take up to see what we were going to apply, or what actions we would take.
Does the Coast Guard have the authority to control a vessel in its zone, including under construction?
Under construction, I mean, if it were to be operated, you probably, if it didn't have anything, you'd probably have to go under the manifestly unsafe voyage or some other issue like that. Or is it a threat for pollution or some other thing where you could say captain port order or admin order? So it would definitely get down to the lawyers being involved pretty heavily in something like that.
Are you aware of, over your career, of a situation where you had to issue a captain of port order to a vessel under construction to prevent operations?
Not under construction, the ones that have been constructed that were operating without COIs or appropriately licensed credentialed mariners.
And to clarify, would that be operating in your zone?
Correct.
From your experience, would a vessel like the Titan be required to be registered or flagged by the United States?
So to be required to be documented, it must be 5 net tons and used commercially. So if it didn't meet the criteria for being documented 5 net tons, then before we could give it an oceanographic research vessel letter, whatever, it have to be registered with the state. And that says of the rules that under 33 CFR 175, the state numbering system would have to be registered in the state.
Is it your understanding that a vessel like the Titan operating in international waters would need some type of registration or flag documentation?
That's outside of my area of expertise.
Okay, understand. At
Good
this time,
answer.
I'd like to go to the National Transportation Safety Board.
Good morning, sir. I have a few follow-ups, and I apologize ahead of time for bouncing around a little bit.
That's no problem.
Along the lines of Mr. Neubauer's questions, if I were to take my otherwise uncertified, unclassed, but U.S.-built submersible and put it on a U.S. flag surface tender and launch it in international waters, what rules would I have to apply?
So obviously, if it's a U.S. registered vessel that's hauling around, the Coast Guard has vast jurisdictions depending on what their operations are. Is it certified to haul this vessel? Whatever it would, like I say, what are the operations? What is it certified to do? And then what's the nature of the operations? It could get down to where the OCMI could put a captain port order on the vessel hauling around not to leave port if they believe the operations weren't safe. It's Coast Guard's job is to protect people's lives. That's why we became an organization over 100 years ago.
So would the requirements in T or the NAVIC or the ORV rules apply only because I'm being launched from a U.S. flag surface tender or a dive support vessel or an OSV?
So the rules, it would depend on, it's like
Lawyer stepping in for the first time. Lawyer for the win.
I'm curious if the submersible has to meet U.S. regulations solely because it's launched from a U.S. flag vessel.
it would, being launched from a U.S. vessel would not impact what the submersible would have to be inspected or ORV letter or a COI. That would go specifically to the submarine, not to the vessel launching it.
Would the submersible have to meet the surface tender's safety management certificate system, assuming it had one?
It would be, if it's inspected, then obviously we have the chase vessel requirements that are, if we look at I gave them a copy of the Atlantis, one of the Atlantis submersibles that's inspected about the chase vessel, people being involved, divers being on that kind of stuff like that. If we're inspected, we would expect the chase vessel to provide the life saving and some other stuff for the submersible.
Are the surface tenders inspected too? Are there requirements for specifically for surface tenders, or what the
It would
IMO
have to
calls
meet
surface
some other
facilities?
criteria. If it was a freight vessel, it'd have to be over 15 gross tons. If it's oceanographic research, it'd have to be over 300 gross tons. So it depends on what specific category that surface vessel was either inspected to or operating under. So that would be a vessel by vessel case about what standards that would have to apply to that vessel.
A few people have testified that OceanGate would let the Coast Guard know whenever they were doing some sort of operations, whether it was for sea trials or an actual operation. What happens internally at the Coast Guard when that notification comes in?
So typically for Antipodes, when they were operating, they would notify VTS where and when they were going to be operating a dive. And then that VTS would communicate to the inspection department that Antipodes had a dive schedule, and did we want to participate in anything, whether we want to validate something. But technically then through sector, there'd be a notification that Antipodes would be operating, especially if you're operating near the traffic lanes, then it had a lot more attention paid to it if it was going to be operating near the traffic lanes.
Would the VTS operator know to check for a state registration?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know what their training or their watch standards would be they would look in missile. And if it's in missile with an ORV letter, I think they would probably be pretty close to the end of their investigation about if it had the proper paperwork to operate.
Is it correct to say that not all state registered vessels are going to show up in missile?
Not all state registered vessels are going to show up in missile. Only ones the Coast Guard's had an interaction with that we've actually entered the vessel in missile.
I understand you don't have missile in front of you, but do you know offhand if there's any marine casualties that didn't rise to the level of a major marine casualty? In other words, incidents that the Coast Guard would be aware of, specific to submersibles that the NTSB would not be aware of?
I'm not aware of any.
Can I be dual certified as an ORV and as a T-boat?
Say again?
Can I be dual certified as an ORV and as a T-boat?
No, because the U.S. code says you must be operated exclusively as an oceanographic research vessel. If you have the letter and you're not going to do that, you have to turn, it says right on the letter, you have to turn the letter in. So it would have to be an unusual circumstance where you would have a dual as a passenger vessel, and that would go far above my pay grade for granting that.
Have you ever issued or come across a safety compliance certificate for passenger submersible craft that's issued in accordance with the IMO guidelines?
No, I have not.
I understand Atlantis was the impetus for the NAVIC. What was the push behind the IMO guidelines?
So obviously Atlantis started building submarines before the NAVIC, and those were built under the MTN 0496 policy. And then once the 593 came out, then the additional requirements were put on their COIs as far as following the NAVIC. So we have obviously submarines built to two different policies, one to the 0496 MTN, the technical standard from the Marine Safety Center, and then the NAVIC came out in July of 93, which then we followed that policy. And up to the ones that were started were built before, then obviously that was both, that they graduated from the MTN to the NAVIC.
On a different topic, does the sector have a liaison officer with the local OSHA?
With
local OSHA inspectors?
I'm not aware of any that are somebody's collateral duty maybe, but I'm unaware of that.
Are you aware of any cross training or joint inspections with OSHA?
Not with OSHA.
And my last question would be, I heard you say that Mr. Rush thought that the regulations were stifling innovation. Is that something you would concur with?
He said that on multiple occasions.
Would you concur with that?
Yes, and in what aspect?
The restrictions in the NAVIC are.
It's, as far as that, he never attempted to circumvent any regulations or any requests or requirements that we were putting on OceanGate. There was never an attempt by OceanGate to circumvent any of those or not comply with.
Are there specific provisions in the NAVIC that he was particularly upset with, such that
the 1,000-foot, the 150-foot bottom was the major sticking point in the whole process.
Okay, thank you for your time today, sir.
Mr. Fawcett?
Yes, sir. Keith Fawcett, thank you for being here. So when you talked about Puget Sound, you talked about the vessel traffic service and the notification that the diving operations were going to take place. Is that correct?
Correct.
So was the notification to the inspections division only because there was a vessel traffic service there to get a report?
The policy letter about ORVs says that they should be reporting their operations to the VTS, and they were complying with that.
Do you know that the majority of the OCMI zones do not have vessel traffic services?
I'm aware of that.
Do you have knowledge that the Port of Boston in the OCMI zone of Sector Boston does not have a VTS?
I'm not specifically, I couldn't recite which ones do and which ones don't.
Thank you, sir.
Commander Williams. Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Does an ORV designation specific for submersibles require the submersible to be classed to a classification society's rules?
No.
If you had specific questions regarding the definition or interpretation of the definition of scientific research personnel or oceanographic research vessels, who would you reach out to?
CBC.
And can you define that, please? Is
What?
it commercial vessel
Yeah,
compliance?
correct. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commander Williams.
Mr. Winters, you had stated that the Sector Puget Sound had issued oceanographic research vessel designation for the Cyclops 1 in 2018, 2020, and 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of operations that happened in September 2020 out of the Port of New York to the Hudson Canyon?
No, I was not.
Thank you.
And sir, just to clarify for the record, when you said that OceanGate or Mr. Rush did not attempt to circumvent regulations in the timeframe, that was during the timeframe that you were working with him.
2010, when the process was going through with either the certification as a subchapter T or oceanographic research.
Until what time?
By associated in August of 2010 ended with them actually physically interacting with OceanGate.
And sir, one additional hypothetical, and if you can't answer it or not, don't know, just let me know. But if there was a foreign submersible being constructed in your zone, would you have any authority, inspections authority over that submersible?
I'm unaware of what that would be. I would say I'd have to reach out to the legal team of the Coast Guard to see what our jurisdictional authority would be.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council for questions.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Winters, I'd like to take another 10-minute recess just to make sure that the board doesn't have any additional questions for you.
Okay.
And so we will.
All right. Well, we will just skip ahead there. This guy is good, man. This guy is so impressive. I could listen to him talk all day. He is just by the books, Mr. Regulation guy. Fantastic. He knows everything he knows, and he's not pretending to know things that he doesn't know, which I think is fantastic. He's not bullshitting anybody. He's just quoting chapter and verse every chance he gets. They said 10 minutes. This is a very long 10-minute break, apparently. Yeah. I guess they just broke for lunch or something. Because their 10-minute break is now so far an hour. Yeah, it's an hour and 10 minutes for their 10-minute break. So I guess they just went in. All right. As I said, this is Friday night. I got nothing better to do. We're going to be doing my F It Friday stream where we just say F it, and we have a huge panel of guests starting in 11 hours from now. So stay tuned. Don't stay tuned. I mean, go do whatever you have to do, but make sure you come back for that 11 hours from now, the F It Friday stream, where we're going to have a huge panel of guests. We've got 20-something guests lined up. Every $100 that comes in, we spin the F It Friday fickle Ferris wheel of fate and fortune, and we do whatever it tells us to do. There's punishments, there's rewards, there's all kinds of things that I have to do against my will. Some of the things I hope to do, but join us for that. It's a bunch of fun. Bring your money for that. Bring the donations, and also it's been officially moved into the computer room. That is a box that we got from the last F It Friday. That is a $100 shopping spree from Temu that we did as part of last month's F It Friday. We will just be unboxing that slowly throughout the day, but also there's another $100 Temu shopping spree on the menu for the Ferris wheel of fate and fortune, or whatever I just called it. So stay tuned. It's just going to be a bunch of fun. We have a huge panel. I guess they're great. Hey, young black economist, welcome. We were lonely without you, but now you're here, so we feel like the world has reached a balance again. There was an imbalance in the force. What's up, Teef? Anyway, that's just the midstream grift. So let's get back to this this morning's show. We've got I think we're going to be able to finish all of day 8 today. It's only 11 p.m. here, and we've only got we got less than 3 hours to go, and there's some breaks in between there. So I think we should just go for it. Let's try to do the entire day 8. What do you say, Chad? I think we should do it. Lisa Franceschi says, have a fantastic day. You too, Lisa. Thank you so much for that. That is deeply and hugely and amazingly and wonderfully generous of you. Thank you so much. Hit the like and subscribe. And if you're subscribed, hit it again. Just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. And let's run with this. Shall we? I think we're on to now another Coast Guard witness, assuming that, do they continue with that guy? Nope. We have a new witness. This next witness is also Coast Guard. It is, what's his name? Lieutenant Commander Jonathan Duffett. He is the United States Coast Guard Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance. So we're going to hear more about what commercial vessels have to do, whether OceanGate had a requirement to do any of this vessel compliance stuff or not. Again, it's just going to be probably another long series of questions and answers about what the standards are, what should be done, and what OceanGate didn't do. That's what I'm expecting, at least. I got nothing else. We seem to be clean with everything. So let's go. Let's do it, chat. They're talking amongst
We will
themselves.
now hear testimony from Lieutenant Commander John Duffett with the Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance at U.S. Coast Guard Headquarters.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ooh, all the way from headquarters.
Lieutenant Commander Duffett, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good afternoon, sir. You can please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by a fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. It may also be subject due to discipline under Uniform Code of Military Justice. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Sir, I see you have a co-counsel present with you today. Counselors, can you identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Nat Eichler, Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Good afternoon, Hillary Wise, Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Oh,
Commander Duffett,
they switched chairs. All right, I guess they're switching out. They just changed chairs, but same guys.
Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Thank you. Commander Duffett, thanks again for coming down from headquarters to be here today to help us with this investigation. If at any time you need a break, just let us know and we'll take a recess. Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons is going to start the questioning, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Commander Duffett. All of my questions are related to your background with the Coast Guard Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance, laws, regulations, and Coast Guard policy. There is an exhibit binder available in front of you, and we'll put up any exhibit that we pull up on the monitors as well. And before I begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms.
And just in case any of you were wondering, Hillary Smith Wise, the staff attorney at Coast Guard Cyber Command. I believe this is her. Cool. Active duty Coast Guard JAG, graduate from University of Washington School of Law in 2021, experienced operations officer with a demonstrated history of working in the military industry. Strong military professional with a Bachelor of Science focused on government and public policy from the United States Coast Guard Academy. If this is the same Hillary Weiss in the Coast Guard JAG that we're talking about, which I have no reason to believe it's not.
Acronyms, and if we do, just kind of explain what they are. And we're going to kind of use the same acronyms over and over. So once we define what they are, we can use the acronym. Lieutenant Commander Duffett, please tell us about your history and background as it relates to vessel inspections and marine safety in the Coast Guard.
Good afternoon. I graduated from the Coast Guard Academy 2011, and my first assignment was as an apprentice marine inspector at Sector New York, where I was a marine inspector for 3 years, doing foreign flag container ships, tankers, small passenger vessels, and tank barges, among other types of vessels. After that, I went to Marine Safety Engineering grad school program, University of Michigan. And after that, I was assigned to the Coast Guard's Office of Design and Engineering Standards for 3 years in the Naval Architecture Division. And then after that, I was assigned as the chief of the inspections division at Sector Long Island Sound for 3 years, where managed a shop of marine inspectors that did inspections on a whole spectrum of different vessel types. And then after that, I was assigned to the Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance, where I've been working primarily on passenger vessel related issues for the past 2 years.
Can you go a little bit more into your position now and what you do as the passenger vessel compliance?
Sure. So there are one of the primary functions of the Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance is to publish policy for marine inspectors in the field and for field units to follow. And so when there are policies that need writing or reviewing or canceling related to passenger vessels, small passenger vessels, or even uninspected passenger vessels, they typically come to my desk. And in addition to policy, there's appeals that come from after a vessel owner or an operator disagrees with an OCMI, a field unit's decision on something. So we adjudicate appeals. We also participate and support our other headquarters offices with rulemaking, regulatory development. And so those are just a few examples, but any of those where there are passenger vessel implications, then I, like I said, typically take lead over the past 2 years anyway, since I've been there. And as well, because some of these some of these definitions that apply to passenger vessel evaluations also can apply to oceanographic research vessel evaluations. Those often sometimes come to my desk as well. So there are other people who have worked on oceanographic research vessel issues, especially when they pertain to offshore energy or something like that. But like I said, because the definitions of passenger vessel that are relevant to passenger vessel evaluation and oceanographic research vessel issues often overlap, then they I've worked on some issues with ORVs as well.
And what is the Coast Guard Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance?
The Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance is an office underneath the Inspections and Compliance Directorate, which is underneath the Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy, CG5P. And we are tasked with implementing regulations, laws, international conventions by doing all those tasks that I outlined before, and many others. We respond to congressional inquiries. We participate on international committees and subcommittees. We interface with classification societies or third-party organizations. There's a whole list of other activities, roles and responsibilities that the Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance has, but they, as the title indicates, typically involve vessels and compliance with, some kind of regulation, law, policy, statute.
So you just mentioned compliance with regulations and guidance. What are the responsibilities in the creation of regulations and guidance?
I'll start with regulations. So there are a list of requirements that have to be followed whenever any federal agency is publishing regulations that put some kind of a burden on the public. It starts with the Administrative Procedures Act, but there's several other executive orders and that have to be followed. And it can be, key parts of the process include notice and comment to the public, and economic analysis as well, environmental analysis. There are various steps that are involved in making regulations. And as a result, it's a long deliberative process. But there, like I mentioned, in commercial vessel compliance, as well as other offices, are on several active, developing several rules currently. So that's regulations. As far as guidance goes, guidance is more, I'll say less, there are less, what the word I'm looking for is, yeah, it's a less formal process, because well, not because, but it's a less formal process because what we put out as guidance is, generally not binding to anyone other than Coast Guard personnel. And we put disclaimers to that effect on all the, guidance that we put out. So whether that be, and we put it out in several different formats. We have Commandant instructions, such as the Marine Safety Manual. We have navigation and vessel inspection circulars, or NAVICs. We have policy letters that, and office at headquarters might publish, CVC or, other offices at headquarters publish policy letters. We have, marine safety alerts. We have marine safety information bulletins, various ways of publishing guidance. Some, like I mentioned, some more directed at the field instructing or directing field personnel on how to do certain marine inspection tasks, and others more directed at the public, in informing them of, some common confusion or some.
John Byrne, our members emoji guy right here. John Byrne is responsible for all of the wonderful emojis of Strawberry and Yoda and wood chippers and Taylorship Business and all the wonderful emojis that our members get to use. That's John Byrne's doing. He made them all. And I just wanted to push pause here real quick. Justin Rice says $5 with this $5 super chat. Also, in response to a comment yesterday, the U.S. Coast Guard is no longer a part of the Department of Defense. They answer to the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you very much for clarifications. Clarifications are always welcome. And this guy is not nearly as well spoken as the last guy, but let's hear him out.
There are various processes for each of those different types of guidance that we put out, but they're all governed by internal Coast Guard headquarters processes.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of switch to Coast Guard authority and jurisdiction. What is a Coast Guard inspected vessel?
Coast Guard inspected vessel is
probably a year. I would give him a year.
Has been issued a certificate of inspection by an officer in charge of marine inspection. They fall into several categories that are laid out in the law in 46 U.S. Code Section 3301. And of those various vessel types, before they're issued a certificate of inspection, the local field unit verifies that the vessels comply with the regulations relevant to that type of vessel, which are in the Code of Federal Regulations.
Getting the Yoda side eye.
With respect to Coast Guard inspection laws and regulations, what is a vessel of the United States?
Well, a vessel of the United States is defined in U.S. Code. It's 1 U.S. Code, excuse me. Sorry, not 1, 46 U.S. Code, 116.
Yes, and again, all of you in the Florida area and Florida and surrounding area, particularly Florida. I was just seeing earlier on in the show that in addition to the hurricane that was giving their warnings, there was also tornadoes. Like literally, there was a tornado warning and hurricane warning at the same time. Take care, Florida people and surrounding area people.
And it's a vessel that is documented under Chapter 121 of 46, which means it has a certificate of documentation from the Coast Guard. A vessel that's numbered under Chapter 123 of Title 46, which is a vessel issued a number by a state, or a vessel that's titled under the law of a state. So that's the definition from the 46 USC 116.
And if a vessel was required to be state registered but wasn't, would it still be considered a vessel of the United States and subject to Coast Guard inspection?
Well, I guess there's kind of two questions there. One is a vessel of the United States subject to inspection? The other is a vessel that should be numbered, would they be subject to those laws? You don't necessarily have to be a vessel.
We lost our Arby's.
We have laws that describe which vessels, like I mentioned in Section 3301, that describe which vessels are inspected or are required to be inspected. And none of those definitions, well, there are very few of those definitions specify the flag of the vessel. So our laws are applicable generally to foreign vessels that are here in the United States as well, but we write in acceptance in the regulations and sometimes in the law. We accept either foreign inspections or inspection or that they hold international certificates in lieu of being inspected by with a Coast Guard certificate of inspection. So so that is the sorry, I'm trying to think of what the second piece of this was the. Would you restate your question? Sorry.
If a vessel is required to be state registered but wasn't, would it still be considered a vessel of the U.S.?
I see. So I'd have to look closer at the definition of the vessel of the United States. But the 3 points that definition hits are that it is documented under Chapter 121, that it is numbered under Chapter 123, or that it's titled under the law of the state. So without looking closer at whether they are, if they're required to but don't have a number or a document, are they a vessel of the United States? I couldn't say.
Kind of along those lines, but could a vessel that is documented or registered in a state still be subject to Coast Guard inspection if operating in international waters?
Yes.
Explain.
Do you know what the requirements are for registration for submersible vessels in the United States?
So they would fall, it would be the same requirements for, as far as Coast Guard documentation, the same requirements would apply as to any other vessel. And that is if they're more than 5 net tons and are engaged in coastwise trade or fisheries, then they have to have a certificate of documentation. And otherwise, they can elect to be documented by the Coast Guard if they are over 5 net tons and doing anything else, including recreation. And as far as the requirements for state numbering, the requirements in 46 U.S. Code Chapter 123 stipulated, and it's promulgated further in 33 CFR 173, that vessels that have any undocumented vessel with propulsion machinery shall have a number issued by a state authority in the state in which it's principally operated. So those are, it's Chapter 121 and Chapter 123 are sort of the governing requirements for vessels, whether vessels have to be either documented or numbered.
Shifting gears again to small passenger vessel regulations. What is a small passenger vessel as per the United States Code?
The definition of small passenger vessel, and small passenger vessel is one of those in that list in Section 3301 that's required to be inspected. The definition is described in Section 2101, and it includes vessels that are carrying more than 6 passengers, including at least 1 for hire. Certain other.
See, this is interesting, and I'm not saying anything bad about this guy. He's not as experienced as the previous one. They were both asked the same question. Dude quoted chapter, verse, and basically quoted the regulation from memory. This guy's a little bit nervous, but it's the difference between someone who has, I would imagine, a few years experience versus the last guy who's been doing this for 40 plus years. So I think it's just a contrast. He doesn't have the same grace and finesse as someone who's been doing this job for forever. Literally forever.
Provisions related to chartering arrangements, submersible vessels carrying at least 1 passenger for hire, or ferries carrying more than 6 passengers.
And what is the definition of a passenger for hire as per the United States Code?
Well, it's a rather long definition, so I'm not. I'll refrain from reading the whole thing. But well, okay. Passenger for hire. Excuse me. Passenger for hire is a passenger for whom consideration is contributed as a condition of carriage on the vessel, and consideration is defined.
Basically, you're talking about the Titan. A passenger for hire is a passenger that pays money to be on the ship, which is what those mission specialists were doing.
Our regulations further as excuse me, an economic benefit, inducement, right, or profit, including pecuniary payment accruing to an individual person or entity, but not including a voluntary sharing of actual expenses of the voyage by monetary contribution or donation of fuel, food, beverage, or other supplies. So it's laid out in U.S. Code, and the definition of consideration is further described in our regulations.
Can you go into that, the definition of consideration?
Well, the each case that an easy example, you buy a ticket to get on a ferry to go from from Bridgeport to Port Jefferson. You're paying money for a ticket. The money is going to the owner, the company. So that's an example of something that's pretty clear-cut consideration. Otherwise, each of the instances, there's a lot of ways that companies, operators, because of the definitions in U.S. code, will try to say, well, we're not buying a ticket, we're paying for the gas, or we're not buying a ticket, we're just paying for the ice in the cooler. And so every situation has to be evaluated on its own set of facts. And so it's hard to, without a clear set of facts in front of me, to say what necessarily is consideration beyond what the definition says.
Whose job is it to determine what consideration is then in the Coast Guard when they're evaluating that?
Sure. So the first line of decision making with regard to any issues like this is the officer in charge of marine inspection. The cognizant officer in charge of marine inspection. So there's geographic breakdown of which Coast Guard units are the OCMI in various areas. And if there's ever a question about whether something is consideration or not, they're the first ones to do the evaluation. And then there's a possibility to appeal that, and it happens pretty regularly.
Can someone pay to become part of the vessel's crew?
So for that, you have to go to the definition of passenger. And one of the, generally a passenger is an individual carried on the vessel, except, and one of the exceptions is a member of the crew engaged in the business of the vessel who has not contributed consideration for carriage and who is paid for onboard services. So there's sort of a two-prong test, or I guess three-prong test, because they have to be engaged in the business of the vessel, they have to have not contributed consideration, and they have to be paid for what they're doing on board.
Well, that doesn't
so
fit into
your
the
question was, can you pay
Ocean
to
Gate.
become a crew member? And my answer would be no.
What is the Coast Guard's role in regulating small passenger vessels?
So the Coast Guard is the primary regulator of small passenger vessels. We are the ones who have the authority to issue certificates of inspection, to conduct enforcement activities against vessels that are operating illegally, to control vessel movements and that sort of thing when the situation dictates. And it's that role is delegated to us in statute, by regulation, by DHS orders, by executive orders. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but Coast Guard is the primary regulator of small passenger vessels operating on navigable waters of the United States.
You mentioned certificate of inspection. Can you explain what a certificate of inspection is?
Sure. Yeah. It's a document that describes.
It's a certificate that you've been
describes the minimum manning required on a vessel. It describes the route it's permitted to operate on. It describes when it's due for out-of-water inspection and when certain components are due for inspections, like lifeboat lifting davits and pressure vessels and air receivers, that sort of thing. And it also has other conditions that may be applied to it that may include weather restrictions, or that when carrying a lesser number of passengers, that less crew is required. It depends on the vessel, it depends on the unit, because there are various geographic differences across all the OCMI zones. But the document itself is meant to be displayed. It's required to be displayed on board so that the passengers can see that the vessel, what conditions apply to the vessel. And a vessel is issued a certificate of inspection after it's completed an initial inspection. And then every year for small passenger vessels, they have to do an annual inspection. And every 5 years, they have to do another certificate renewal inspection. Other vessels are inspected at other frequencies, but that's what it is for small passenger vessels.
If a person was wanting to build their own vessel and they want to carry passengers, what is the first step to getting inspected or getting that vessel to comply with carrying passengers?
Well, so the best first step, we'll say, because people have start these projects in different phases of construction. Sometimes it's before there's any steel or aluminum or whatever laid down. Sometimes they are purchasing a boat that maybe was inspected 4 years ago, or maybe has never been inspected before. And so it depends on kind of where they are, where their starting point is. But if they're your question sort of assumed, or you asked about whether if they're going to build a vessel. The first step is to, with their concept in mind, file an application for inspection with the cognizant officer in charge of marine inspection. And that sort of starts the process where the field personnel, Coast Guard field personnel, can walk them through all the requirements to make it as efficient as possible. Oftentimes, boats are constructed and then they contact the Coast Guard when it's already in the water.
I need to go give the
dog
dog some water.
What they
I'll be
missed
right
was
back.
plan review and approval of all the engineering systems. And so from time to time, they have to redo all their fuel lines, for example, or replace the whole electrical system because it doesn't comply with Coast Guard requirements. So the earlier the better. And the first step is an application for inspection.
Is the plan review required for all passenger vessels before they, in that process, you mentioned plan review? Do they need to get the plan review?
Yes.
And you had mentioned kind of they contact the Coast Guard unit, but how do owner operators know which steps to take, how to go about this process?
So the regulations spell it out. There's sections in both, excuse me, part 2, which is sort of the generic, the general inspection part, as well as in each inspection subchapter within Title 46 of the Code of Federal Regulations that spell out the process. The Coast Guard, every Coast Guard unit publicizes their contact info. So it's pretty easy, to contact Coast Guard unit and get going in the right direction.
We're going to kind of go back a little bit when we were talking about consideration and passengers. It's kind of specific to Ocean Gate operations. But according to Ocean Gate HSE manual, mission specialists were people who helped fund the expedition while acting as crew. Ocean Gate on multiple occasions took at least 3 people on board who paid to become what Ocean Gate designated as mission specialists on missions that departed from U.S. cities. Under those circumstances, would these mission specialists be considered, or would this operation be considered a small passenger vessel operation?
Well, like we discussed earlier, if you have paid, then you don't qualify as a member of the crew. And so then what you would do, what the officer in charge of marine inspection would do, if presented this set of facts, would be compare what those people are, whether are they a passenger, are they the owner, are they the master, or against the, and based on that, determine if it falls into one of those categories of vessels in Section 3301 that's required to be inspected. If you are not a member of the crew and you're not the master and you're not an owner or the charterer, and you're on a submersible vessel, then you may well be a passenger and the vessel may well be considered a small passenger vessel.
Do you know how many inspected passenger vessels, submersibles, there are currently operating in the United States, specifically submersibles that currently hold a Coast Guard certificate of inspection?
A handful, 4 to 6. I haven't looked at that specific number recently, but it's no more than half a dozen.
We're going to kind of switch gears to the navigation and vessel inspection circular. Can you kind of explain to us what a navigation and vessel inspection circular is?
A NAVIC is, like I mentioned before, one of the ways in which Coast Guard headquarters publishes policy guidance to the field. And like I said, sometimes it's more aimed at the field, sometimes it's more aimed at the public, sometimes it's both. But it's just one of the mechanisms we use to put out guidance to the field. We have NAVICs, of course, on carrying passenger carrying submersibles. We have a NAVIC on steel repair, a NAVIC on plan review, several NAVICs about plan review, various other topics. They're all publicly available.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 086, which is the Navigation and Vessel Inspection Circular 5 TAC 93, which is the guidance for certification of passenger carrying submersibles?
Rusty Heckler says, sounds like if they were aware what Ocean Gate was up to, they could have done something about it. See, that's the problem with rules and regulations. If they find loopholes and they're doing things and they're doing things to circumvent the rules, they're still not subject to them. That's the problem. They were trying to be clever and they ended up killing people. So, if they're technically not doing anything wrong, there's nothing you can really do about it. If if it requires you have 6 or more passengers, to be, inspected and licensed as a passenger vessel, and you only have 5 to circumvent that 6, you've successfully circumvented it. It's a problem, which is why I think you're going to be seeing the recommendations from the Coast Guard when they issue their final report. A lot of recommendations regarding the licensing, inspecting, flagging, classification of submersibles to close a lot of these loopholes that OceanGate found and exploited.
You got to scroll to the top for the title. I'm sorry. Lieutenant Commander Duffett, can you explain what this document is and what it's used for?
Sure. So this document is it's titled Guidance for Certification of Passenger Carrying Submersibles. And in recognition of the fact that the regulations for small passenger vessels were developed primarily with surface craft in mind, this document lays out what is an equivalent level of requirements that would result in an equivalent level of safety on board a submersible. And it has a lot of the same sections as the regulations themselves regarding vessel structure, life-saving, fire safety, machinery, manning. But it's meant to sort of bridge the gap between what the regulations were written with primarily in mind and this other operation that is also covered under the definition of small passenger vessel of submersibles.
So this is guidance to go along with the regulations. Do you know how this NAVIC came about, how it was developed?
I understand it was developed in the late 1980s as the Atlantis submarines were being constructed, but that's the extent of my knowledge of its development.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please go to page 9 under B2A?
As soon as I finish drinking my water, yes.
It states in there, submersibles carrying 6 or less passengers are uninspected vessels as defined by 46 USC 2101-42. Although not subject to inspection, these vessels must meet the requirements of 46 CFR subchapter C uninspected vessels. Is this a true statement today?
No, this was written in the late 80s, and the date on it is 1993. But it was a time of there's a big change happening in both the regulations pertaining to small passenger vessels and passenger vessels, as well as the laws that pertain to passenger vessels and small passenger vessels. And so the Passenger Vessel Safety Act of 1993 changed the definitions in Section 2101, adding submersible vessels carrying at least 1 passenger for hire into the definition of small passenger vessel. And so the NAVIC, while the guidance within it is still valid, the way it describes the definitions in the U.S. Code is not up to date.
So as you just mentioned, if this law changed in 1993, do you know why this NAVIC hasn't been updated to reflect that?
I don't know why, no.
Are there any other areas of this NAVIC that are out of date or haven't been updated?
Oops.
I imagine, well, it talks about these definitions in several different places. And so there's those issues. But in general, we haven't, to my knowledge, been had applications for inspection for these vessels. And so, they haven't necessarily been challenged. And, so so I guess otherwise, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on submersibles. And so I don't know necessarily which other parts maybe aren't up to date.
How often are navigation and vessel inspection circulars reviewed and updated?
It varies.
Apparently not often enough.
There are a number of them. And so it's pretty sporadic. It's, when a law changes, typically they are. But not necessarily in all cases. Obviously, this is one case where it wasn't, that didn't happen. And so, there's no set schedule for reviewing and updating NAVICs.
Lieutenant Steele, can you pull that exhibit back up, please? Again, we're still on Coast Guard Exhibit 086. Hey, go to page 16, please.
Hey, Maddie B. Good night.
So under hull structure, in section 1, it states the hull structure should be designed, fabricated, and inspected to the standards of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, ASME code for pressure vessels for human occupancy, PVHO TAC 1. ABS rules for underwater vehicle systems and hyperbaric facilities is considered to provide an equivalent level of safety. Do you know if carbon fiber hull meets either of these standards?
I don't know.
Can you go to page 17, please, under means of escape? It states in section D, 2 means of escape from the pressure hull are required by 46 CFR 177.15 TAC 1. Practically, this means that 2 hatches are required and must be arranged so that if one is not accessible due to fire or excessive trim, the other is. On the Titan, crew members and passengers were bolted in from the outside and could not escape the submersible from the inside. Does this meet the regulations as stated in this section?
So that section in particular, like I mentioned before, the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to 1997, there was a lot of change going on in the regulations. The requirements now, they're still in Part 177 for means of escape, but it's Section 177-500. And both then in the previous regulations and the current regulations, there are exceptions for small spaces, less than 30 square meters. So it's not necessarily true that 2 hatches would be required, although, escape from a submersible, it has implications on abandoned ship and, life-saving as well, in addition to, means of escape from a fire or something like that. So this is one of those instances where you would have to, look at a particular vessel and see, in this case, as far as means of escape is concerned, it probably complied because it was smaller than that space, the 30 square meters. And there are some other requirements. It's in Section 177-500, where it exempts small spaces for the requirement to have 2 means of escape. So I don't have the drawing for Titan here in front of me, but there's in all likelihood, it could have complied with this particular requirement.
Can you please go to page 28? Under dive site there in section C, the OCMI must specifically approve the dive site and an evaluation of prevailing weather and sea conditions, and the availability of natural shelter must be considered. If a U.S. submersible passenger vessel was inspected under subchapter T, can the OCMI review the Titanic wreck site if a submersible was diving at that site to mitigate safety concerns?
Would you mind saying that one more time?
Sure. If a U.S. submersible passenger vessel was inspected under subchapter T, could the OCMI review the Titanic website if the submersible was also diving at the site of the Titanic wreck site to mitigate safety concerns?
So you're asking if they could review the Titanic website?
Wreck site.
Wreck site. Oh, I suppose they could.
I thought she said website too.
Available, but that of course it's the depth of that wreck is way deeper than anything that is currently certificated, and so it would be pretty thorough and a pretty thorough evaluation process by an OCMI to approve anything like that.
Can you please go to page 29?
But not impossible. They could have done it.
Under the rescue section there, regarding rescue, it talks about divers and remotely operated vehicles. And then a little down on page 30, it states remotely operated vehicles may be considered in lieu of divers. However, performance of all required functions must be demonstrated at the intended rated depth to the satisfaction of the OCMI. Can you explain what that means and why it's important?
Well, one of the, if not the, most important thing that we try to do is prevent injury, death, environmental damage. And so the ability to abandon ship, on a more traditional surface vessel, is something that's considered in both, crew training and the life-saving requirements.
Yeah, you're not abandoning ship at 4,000 meters.
Inflatable buoyant apparatus. And so one thing inspectors do is they will simulate an abandoned ship drill. Sometimes, going over the procedures with crew, and to make sure that in the event of an emergency, that everyone knows what roles they have and that they know the equipment they have on board. And so this requirement is akin to that. It's if worst came to worst, that the people on board could be rescued. And so it's a dry run, so to speak, of that rescue capability. Because obviously, exiting a submersible at any kind of depth presents more challenges than an abandoned ship situation from a surface vessel.
Is there a depth limitation for the certification of passenger carrying submersibles?
So the NAVIC has some guidance as far as what the depth, what considerations the OCMI should do regarding the approved depth. It discusses 45 meters as as a max depth, because that's again, I'm not a diving expert, but the depth at which a diver could still render some assistance to a disabled submersible. And beyond that, then they would. This is one way to comply. The NAVIC is one way to comply. There are other ways to comply, and if an operator could convince the officer in charge of marine inspection that their rescue arrangements are equivalent to a surface vessel, then that's they're welcome to make that case.
Lieutenant Steele, can you pull that up one more time and go to page 10? Under section E on page 10. Sorry, is that page 10? Okay, it says under section E there, under regulation development, as more experience is gained with passenger carrying submersibles, regulations specific to them and their operations will be promulgated. Therefore, comments to improve this NAVIC are solicited and comments should be submitted to comment on. To your knowledge, has the Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance ever received any comments to improve this NAVIC?
Not since I've worked there, but that's just 2 years. This NAVIC's been published for 30 years. And so I can't speak to before I was working there.
Before I was born.
I'm going to kind of shift again to the Marine Safety Manual. Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 087, which is the U.S. Coast Guard Marine Safety Manual, Common on Instruction 16000.71. Can you tell us what the Marine Safety Manual is?
The Marine Safety Manual is a commandant instruction. It's the primary policy that the Marine inspectors and other field personnel use when, excuse me, implementing the regulations.
And on page 1 there, under submersible vessels in section X, it states voluntary reports of submersible operations in or near U.S. waters may be made to the nearest Coast Guard Operations Center. Can you explain what that means?
Well, one of the roles of Coast Guard sectors, which this term is also out of date, but Coast Guard units, one of the roles is situational awareness, and so whenever there's something unusual or of a higher risk going on, it's something that the Coast Guard unit, the Sector Command Center in particular, would want to be aware of, just so that they can, respond quickly if there's some type of a call for assistance. So that's what this is referring to. It's not necessarily saying that all submersibles are voluntary, because as we've discussed, there are some submersibles that are required to be inspected by the Coast Guard, and so This is more just encouraging those that aren't necessarily, subject to any inspections laws, and making sure that the Coast Guard is ready to respond to some situation that could come up.
And I just apparently a super chat came in while I briefly stepped away from Benjamin Lewis with $5. It may be worth pulling up Atlantis subs to show us what the current industry looks like. Ocean Gate wasn't novel; it was just stupid. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, well, we had a lot of that with the witness from Titan subs, who showed us some really cool subs and went over some really cool specs and safety measures and things like that they took. So yeah, we're just looking at the worst of the worst here. Ocean's Gate was the worst of the worst, and the Coast Guard really needs to make the recommendations to close off these loopholes that allowed Stockton Rush and Ocean Gate to presumably go cowboy like they did. And Karis Heitzman says, Jeff, you should do a live stream with Kyle Hill about this. I don't know who Kyle Hill is, so that would be a little difficult. I'll just check and see who he is. I have no idea who Kyle Hill is, so I'll have to look into it. Thanks.
And when it says made to the nearest Coast Guard Operations Center, we heard in previous testimony about the vessel traffic services. Is that the Operations Center? Is that a command center? Is that VTS? Is that the inspections department? Can you kind of go into where that's talking about or where that should be made, that notification?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what an operations center is. As long as I've been in the Coast Guard, the closest thing that I'm aware of is the Sector Command Center. Some units have also a vessel traffic service, and it's similar. They do this. Keep an eye on vessel traffic, avoid prevent collisions, that sort of thing, and it's parallel line of effort in some ways to Sector Command Center, but the Sector Command Center is more focused on Coast Guard assets and search and rescue, pollution prevention, that sort of thing. So, like I said, I don't know exactly what Operations Center was, but nowadays what this means is notify the Sector Command Center.
In section 1(a) of regulatory oversight, it states, presently, the Coast Guard does not have inspection standards applicable to the design or construction of submersible vessels. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, I think that is just restating what the opening of the NAVIC states, which is that the regulations that do exist were designed or were developed primarily with surface vessels in mind. Later on in that same section, it refers to NAVIC 593. Which is one example of inspection standards applicable to submersible vessels. But it's referring to inspection standards within the regulations.
Well, see, this is another interesting, fascinating insight into what happens if you don't routinely and regularly update your regulations and your requirements as technology develops and as a new emerging technology happens. He's reading from regulations that are 30 years old that haven't been updated to reflect the realities of modern undersea commerce and research. So I think that's one fascinating side of this. And I'm sure we're going to see this. The Coast, there's no question in my mind that one of the recommendations is that the Coast Guard routinely and regularly check their regulations to make sure they're up to date with current technology.
Application of 46 CFR subchapter C and application of 33 CFR subchapter S. However, a submersible vessel that carries at least one passenger for hire, as you stated, is applicable to subchapter T. Do you know why subchapter T isn't listed in this section?
Yeah, it's the same reason that the NAVIC also calls out subchapter C. It's the law changed, and the manual hasn't been updated to reflect the change.
I feel bad for this guy because he's the guy that has to continually answer, the manual sucks. The manual hasn't been updated. The manual's outdated. The manual's in conflict. He's just the guy that has to answer those questions. It's a general failing on the part of the Coast Guard in this regard. Not this guy personally. He's the messenger that's being shot. So yeah, it sucks to be him. It's not his favorite day here.
And do you know how often the Marine Safety Manual gets reviewed and updated?
There's no hard and fast rule. I know we have standards for commandant instructions, but I don't know exactly what the required schedule is.
We're going to shift to oceanographic research vessels. And we're going to use that term quite a bit in this next section. So for the record, an ORV will be referred to as oceanographic research vessel. Can you tell us the definition of what an oceanographic research vessel is?
Yes, an oceanographic research vessel is defined in 46 U.S. Code Section 2101. It's a vessel that the Secretary finds is being employed only in instruction in oceanography or limnology or both, or only in oceanographic or limnological research, including studies about the sea, such as seismic, gravity meter, and magnetic exploration, and other marine, geophysical, or geological surveys, atmospheric research, and biological research.
And how does the officer in charge of marine inspection determine what is oceanographic or limnological research?
So there's a process that's laid out in 46 CFR Part 3 that governs the designation, the ORV designation. And it includes submission of a plan by the prospective ORV operator regarding what they're going to be doing with their vessel, who's going to be on board, what sort of research they're going to be doing. The OCMI would take their plan, evaluate it against the definition here in the law, and the definitions also in the regulations, and determine if it complies.
Bye, Lisa. Take care.
Certainly, if it's very clearly geological survey, well, that's right there in the list, so that's easy. If it's something else, then it's the OCMI has to determine what's the what is whether it complies with the definition, whether it falls under oceanography or limnology or not. We have some further guidance in the Marine Safety Manual. There are some counter examples provided in the Marine Safety Manual, including it says the study of celestial navigation, seamanship, scuba diving, and other topics has voided a vessel's claim of exclusive employment in oceanographic research. So there are some examples of what is oceanographic research, examples of what's not oceanographic research, and the OCMI is has discretion in between those.
So how does a vessel become designated as an ORV?
So the process in 46 CFR Part 3 governs that. They first submit a plan, and depending on the tonnage of the vessel, if it's over 300 gross tons, then an ORV is subject to inspection, like we talked about before. Has to operate with a certificate of inspection, get annual inspections, out of water inspections. If it's less than 300 gross tons, then the OCMI similarly would evaluate the plan, determine that it is in fact falls under the definition of oceanographic research vessel, and it's issued a letter of designation that says the vessel's name. Oftentimes it refers to the plan that was submitted to the OCMI, and the regulations state that that letter is valid for 2 years, and then 2 years later, it's the whole process is done again.
You had mentioned that over 300 gross tons, that the Coast Guard, there's an inspection process for an ORV. Is there any type of inspection process? I know you said it wasn't for under 300 gross tons, but is there any oversight other than issuing the letter that goes to a vessel that's under 300 gross tons?
Only as far as verifying that the vessel and what it's doing meets the definition of oceanographic research vessel. If an OCMI deems it necessary to attend the vessel and go out with them and see that they're taking water samples or whatever they're doing, then potentially that. But nothing further is required as far as Coast Guard involvement.
And NAVIC 593, it's used to inspect, is NAVIC 593 used to inspect or designate ORV vessels similar to how it's used for subchapter T carrying submersibles for ORV specifically?
NAVIC 593 is an equivalent to subchapter T. That's its purpose. An uninspected ORV, i.e. less than 300 gross tons, wouldn't necessarily use NAVIC 593. An OCMI, if they saw some hazardous condition or something where they thought that that operation, that uninspected vessel operation, posed some danger to the port, then they could go, they could control the vessel's movement, that sort of thing. But applying NAVIC 593 to an uninspected vessel is would be very unusual.
So as far as ORV oversight, we heard in the last testimony that they required like an operations manual to be submitted. Does it change from OCMI zone to OCMI zone as far as what they require, or is there one standard for what's required?
So there's not necessarily an operations manual required for an ORV designation. There is in the NAVIC for submersibles that are inspected. What's required is a detailed description of the vessel, a specific operating plan, and any other information that the OCMI requests. So, an operations manual is something that would be used by the crew, be used by, the scientists on board potentially, but that's not in Part 3 as a requirement for getting a letter of designation. It's just a plan. Basically they have to make the case that they are exclusively employed in something that is oceanographic or limnological research.
Do all research vessels need a letter of designation? Oceanographic research vessels?
So to be an oceanographic research vessel is to be designated by the secretary as such. So, because it's in the definition. So you either are designated via a letter or you're designated via an endorsement on your certificate of inspection for the larger vessels. But absent one of those, then it's not an oceanographic research vessel.
And what happens when an ORV operates in multiple?
So it looks like we got about an hour and a half left of this guy here. So we're going to be able to finish everything today. That's pretty dang cool. We'll go through the entire day today. And likely we might be able to finish this thing up on Monday because the hearings for today, they started way late because of the hurricane. So we might wrap this up on Monday rather than Tuesday. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, we're moving through this. This is good. I had something to say. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah. Jack says the ethics of science and science fiction is really fascinating. I will tell you, in my undergraduate life, I was a philosophy major, and in 4 years of university, the most absolute fascinating class I took was the philosophy of science fiction, which got into a lot of the ethics of science fiction, a lot of cloning, what constitutes humans. It's fascinating. And so, hey, I agree with you. It has nothing to do with anything they're talking about. I've just been watching the cool chat go by and you guys talking about cloning and whatnot. That was some great stuff. We
Another port zone.
we talked about it on some streams.
Go
We
through
might
a
talk
series
about
of
it on
questions, but
Epic
do they
Friday.
need to notify that OCMI zone?
Generally, no. If they're given a designation letter, just like if they're given, if a container ship is given a certificate of inspection, they can cross OCMI boundaries. Typically, if it's something unusual, the inspectors at one unit, and if it's something unusual and the inspectors at the home unit are aware that the vessel is leaving for something, then they'll notify the away unit, so to speak. But there's not necessarily a limit on which OCMI zones they can go through. If a notification like that is made from one unit to another, and an OCMI sees something in the operating plan that raises a huge safety flag, then they could get involved because they have jurisdiction over the vessels operating within their OCMI zone. But that's unusual.
So the notification is not required from one OCMI zone to the other?
Correct.
Is it fair to say then that sometimes an OCMI zone, if they were not notified by another zone, they wouldn't know necessarily if operations were happening in their zone, if the owner operator didn't reach out to them?
Certainly, yeah, fair to say. Like we've talked about vessel traffic service. If there's an ORV that is subject to the requirements of to reporting to the VTS, then the VTS folks might inform the inspections people, or there are other ways that information might get into the hands of the Marine Inspection Division. But it is certainly possible that vessel crosses a boundary and the unit doesn't necessarily know the situation with that particular vessel.
For vessels over 300 gross ton that need an inspection, do they need a new inspection if they go to a new OCMI zone for those vessels?
Their inspection schedule follows what the regulations say, and it's not dependent on crossing an OCMI boundary. It's just a renewal inspection every 5 years, and I think for oceanographic research vessel, and annual inspection every year. So if they're in, if a vessel is initially certificated in San Francisco and their 1 year runs out when they happen to be in San Diego, then they'll request the inspection from San Diego, and that's normal for especially large vessels that make longer journeys.
Can an ORV operate in international waters or waters outside of U.S. jurisdiction?
So an ORV can operate on the high seas generally, as long as they're compliant with, there are other certain other requirements that turn on when you operate on the high seas, particularly for an uninspected ORV, they fall under the safety requirements in 46 CFR subchapter C, and so there are certain requirements that apply to seagoing vessels, which is
This is
operating beyond
technical
the
day at the
established
hearings.
in, 46 CFR. And so that might include a load line.
Regulation day is always boring.
But to operate on the high seas, is not necessarily prohibited. It's just sometimes it turns on other requirements. To make a foreign or an international voyage is a different thing, because we have the U.S. is party to several international conventions, and an oceanographic research vessel, really any vessel that could be subject to, for example, the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, SOLAS, that, a vessel that's subject to SOLAS that makes an international voyage without the correct documentation is subject to be detained by that port state. So you said, outside U.S. jurisdiction, so there are some limitations on where, especially if it intends to make a international voyage.
Can you kind of go into what an international voyage is? The
Yeah.
definition.
So I think it's defined in SOLAS, but it's a voyage to the territorial sea of a foreign, of a country other than the flag state of the vessel, and I think it excludes innocent passage, for example. But a trip to the high seas, the middle of the Atlantic, Pacific Ocean.
Let's go on a high seas trip, man. Apocrypha Darkbane says, this is slightly more interesting than the acrylic speech yesterday. I would say it's much more interesting than that. At least this is on point. But he's doing something that I'm just about at the edge of my tolerance for. It's just a thing. It's his speech crutch. Not only does he a lot, which is probably the biggest vocal crutch there is in the English language. He's also doing this thing that has only become part of the vernacular, part of the colloquial crutches. It's beginning every single answer with the word so. That's starting to annoy me. They ask a question, he says so, and then he goes into the answer. Sometimes we get the so, and then he goes into the answer. That's a linguistic trigger for me these days, is people that begin every single sentence with so. Shudder.
Another country's territorial sea wouldn't.
All right, I can't hear it. I triggered the unnecessary 600% thing again. Oh, we have exactly 400 likes. That's pretty cool, according to this, but actually we have 451. All right, hang on. Let me do this so I can hear too. I want to hear everything right along with you. Okay. Copy, close, open, paste, new screen. The allegedly pointless and useless 600% that you guys like to talk about. I'm just going to do it anyway because it's not useless to me. It's still real to me, man. It's still real to me, damn it. All right, I'm at 600% here. Let's bring up the window again and push play, shall we? There. Now I can hear too.
Those additional requirements you were talking about for the uninspected passenger vessels on the high seas, does that include submersibles as well?
So it wouldn't, whether a vessel is submersible or
Every
not, it wouldn't,
sentence. So
change the evaluation. So if it's, if it falls under the applicability of those international conventions or the U.S. requirements for load lines, or maybe just the requirement to have an EPIRB where it didn't have to have an EPIRB before, it wouldn't necessarily change because the vessel happens to be submersible.
Can you kind of go through some of those? You just mentioned EPIRB, but can you kind of go through the other additional requirements for those vessels?
okay, an EPIRB, that is an emergency position indicating radio beacon. It's basically like your own personal emergency GPS. When the EPIRB is triggered, it sends out a location beacon signal so that they can find you. So EPIRBs are important. They have life jackets with EPIRBs in them, life rafts with EPIRBs in them. The ships have the EPIRBs in with them.
To operate
on the high seas.
Sure. Well, for an uninspected vessel, it's covered in 46 sub.
Well, actually, I can't remember which luxury watch, because Dave Val says I have an EPIRB attached to my hiking backpack. I can't remember which luxury. I think it's Breitling. Breitling has just recently released an EPIRB watch that you can activate.
46 CFR subchapter C.
I think it was Breitling.
And there's honestly not a lot. Especially for a vessel that's an oceanographic research vessel, there are more stringent requirements for an uninspected passenger vessel or a commercial fishing vessel. But for a vessel, an uninspected oceanographic research vessel, I don't have the list in front of me, but
yes, it is Breitling.
It's not for an uninspected vessel. It's not.
Okay, it's not actually an EPIRB. It's just an integrated personal locator beacon. It's a PLB, not an EPIRB. But anyway,
necessarily that difficult to comply. The hardest one would probably be a load line if they needed to have a load line. If they're more than 79 feet in length. But I'd have to look closer at the regulations to give you a thorough list.
Can a passenger vessel be an oceanographic research vessel?
So a vessel that's designated as an oceanographic research vessel, in the definition of that term, is engaged, it's employed exclusively in oceanographic research. Passenger vessel is also a defined term. That's a vessel over 100 gross tons, carrying more than 12 passengers, including at least one for hire, and there's some other chartering arrangements that it discusses in the statutory definition. But what if their operations as a passenger vessel, if in some way makes them not engaged exclusively in oceanographic research, then their designation is void. Because they're no longer comply with the definition, and that verbiage is on the designation letter. I forget exactly what it reads. It's in the Marine Safety Manual. That if you do anything other than oceanographic research, and like I mentioned before, a lot of times the OCMIs will put on that letter the operating plan that was submitted to them. If they do anything other than that, then this letter is void, and then you can you evaluate the vessel and where it is and the tonnage and the people on board against all those other inspected vessel types, including passenger vessels. So assuming
and again, pointless side quest here I'm going on. Young Black Economist said sending a dog to die in space was super fed. What is wrong with us? We have zero respect for life. That was one of the funniest scenes in the Steve Carell Space Force series. That was That was hilarious when they sent the dog and the chimpanzee into space together, and they eventually got in a fight and killed each other. But just ever since then, I've been stuck on the term chimpstronaut. I just love the word chimpstronaut, and that just completely has nothing to do with anything we're talking about. That unfortunately, this comment about how we have zero respect for for life just reminded me of the the chimpstronaut thing. Back to our regularly scheduled program.
In oceanographic research, it's important to note that under section 3306F, I think it's F, a vessel, an oceanographic research vessel is not subject to inspection as a passenger vessel or a small passenger vessel because of scientific personnel. So if those people on board are scientific personnel, then it's not subject to inspection as a passenger vessel, even if they potentially contributed consideration and might otherwise be passengers for hire. So, you know, I suppose it's possible to fall under both definitions at once, but if you are truly an oceanographic research vessel, then you're not subject to inspection as a passenger vessel because of the scientific personnel.
I have a few questions about scientific personnel as well. We can get more into detail on that. I just want to kind of close up on the Coast Guard oversight. I know we talked about inspection, and there's no inspection for ORVs under 300 gross tons, but can you kind of go through the other differences in Coast Guard oversight as far as the differences in oversight between ORVs and passenger vessels other than the inspection and the designation? Is there any other differences in how we treat small passenger vessels and ORVs?
Well, the requirements themselves are much more stringent for any inspected vessel. You know, it's what's in subchapter T versus what's in subchapter C. You know, again, talking about a vessel that's under 100 gross tons in this case. You know, and along with that is the inspection piece, the Coast Guard involvement. But for an uninspected vessel, not just an oceanographic research vessel, but an uninspected passenger vessel, certain uninspected towing vessels, uninspected commercial fishing vessels, certain ones, they may be commercial, they may have regulations that apply to them, but the Coast Guard marine inspectors are not visiting them necessarily on a regular basis. It's not required by law for the Coast Guard to do so.
Does the OCMI need to approve the dive sites for an ORV submersible? I know we talked about on the inspection side, but I mean the small passenger side, but do they need to approve the dive sites for ORVs?
I would generally no, because like we talked about, the involvement of the OCMI in an ORV is under 300 gross tons, is determining that what they're doing is oceanographic or limnological research or instruction therein. So approval of a dive site, unless it is part of that evaluation, would be unusual.
And I know, again, we talked about this on the other side, but for ORVs, do ORVs need to notify the Coast Guard when conducting domestic operations?
For an uninspected ORV, it's every 2 years they resubmit their plan. A lot of times they change their plan because they were on contract with the University of Washington, and then they're on contract with University of Hawaii or whatever the case may be. But there's not necessarily, there's not a notification required for the uninspected vessels. Inspected vessels have some notification requirements because of repairs, limitations on repairs and alterations that can be made to inspected vessels. They have to be approved by the OCMI. So there's, notification along those lines. Both types of vessels would have to notify the Coast Guard in the event of a marine casualty or a hazardous condition. But the discussion we had earlier was when it crosses OCMI boundaries, do they have to notify the next OCMI? No, they don't.
Are there depth limitations for ORV submersibles?
It's the same answer, only if it comes into the evaluation of whether that vessel is exclusively employed in oceanographic research.
And what is the definition, and we touched on this, but what is the definition of scientific personnel?
So scientific personnel is defined in 46 USC 2101. It's individuals on board an oceanographic research vessel only to engage in scientific research.
Welcome,
or to
Aussie
instruct or
Overlord
assist
Raiders.
instruction in
Don't forget to hit the
oceanography
like and
or
subscribe buttons,
limnology.
people.
And there are some other details, but that's the gist. So as an individual on board who is only there to do scientific research or to do oceanographic research, excuse me.
And just to be clear, can scientific personnel pay for carriage on a vessel designated as an ORV?
Yes. Yes. I would say that's the typical use of, some institution wants to hire a vessel to go and do oceanographic research. So they pay to put their scientists on board.
About an hour and 10 minutes left.
Typical. But that doesn't, because of the exemption for passenger and small passenger vessel inspection, they, they can continue, being an uninspected vessel if it's less than 300 gross tons. Or they're not subject to inspection necessarily because of those people.
And can children be considered scientific personnel?
They can. The definition of scientific personnel was revised in the Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2018. And it added that the age of an individual may not be considered in determining whether the individual is described, or may not be considered in determining whether the individual is scientific personnel. And so
and again, as we said earlier, this is how they were able to designate a 19-year-old who didn't want to be there as a mission specialist.
Along those lines, when this went out, when this law changed, that you can't use age in determining whether it's an ORV or whether they are scientific personnel, excuse me. But the age of the people on board is certainly still a factor when you're considering, well, are they actually doing research or receiving instruction in research? An infant can't receive instruction in oceanographic research, for example. And then, of course, there's life-saving and other implications that an OCMI may use that are not necessarily the age and determining if that person is scientific personnel, but in determining if the vessel is fit for carriage of people of a young age.
Multiple testimonies over the previous days have identified a lack of consistency between OCMI zones regarding the interpretation of oceanographic research vessel designation guidance. How can this be remedied to ensure consistent interpretation of Coast Guard guidance for the submersible industry?
So,
yep. And again, that's what happens when you're not specific in your regulations. Say age can't be a factor to, clearly, as Young Black Economist says, to prevent age discrimination for the elderly. They didn't specify that, though. They just left it vague. That's the problem.
Best way to remedy it is through the appeal process. Anytime there's a disagreement between OCMIs, for example, or an operator or a member of the public finds that one OCMI is treating them differently than another OCMI, there's a process for appeal, and it's actually described in section 3305D that the commandant shall ensure that OCMIs consistently interpret regulations. And so we do that with the appeal process, and also if it's an internal disagreement, we have a process, an internal process laid out in our policy for how to reconcile those differences.
And just to touch a little on credentialing, what credential would the master of the Titan Submersible need to operate as a passenger vessel at the Titanic wreck site?
So,
OceanGate, before
yes.
you answer.
Can I clarify? Could you repeat the jurisdictional question? I think here is important, and I just want to make sure we make that clear, because this is not U.S. This is complicated, but I'm just understanding this is not U.S. The question is about operation by what type of vessel in
good
which
question by
waters,
OceanGate.
just to be clear.
Commander Emmons, are you saying if the Titan were a U.S. flagged passenger vessel,
Yes,
what
sir.
credential?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
So yeah, if a vessel, any vessel, was a U.S. flagged passenger vessel or small passenger vessel, then the master of the vessel would be required to have a merchant mariner credential endorsed as master for the type of vessel, the size of the vessel, and the area of operations of the vessel.
And on the U.S. vessel, would that be the same requirement if the Titan was designated, or if a submersible was designated as an ORV?
It would not be the same requirement, assuming it's less than 300 gross tons, which I think it is. The requirements for manning of uninspected vessels don't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily require a master endorsement on a merchant mariner credential. In fact, okay,
good. Coming up on a break here.
There's a tonnage. If you get to 200 gross tons, then even an uninspected vessel, even a recreational vessel, is required to be have a credentialed master. But for an uninspected vessel, the minimum manning, it's all the manning requirements are described in 46 CFR Part 15, and if it's an uninspected ORV or uninspected, commercial fishing vessel or something like that, there's not necessarily any requirement to have a master on board.
Thank you, Mr. Duffett.
I was going to say, we've been going for well over an hour on some technical testimony. Why don't we take a recess just at this time and return at 3:15.
I don't know what that means in their time, but it's not too long of a break. It's like a 5-10 minute break. Yeah. It's just about a 10-minute break. All right. But what I did want to do is I was waiting to read these super chats that came in. I'd already been interrupted. I already interrupted the stream for some really random reasons. I didn't want to keep doing it, but Apocrypha Darkbane, we read this one already, but this is slightly more interesting than the acrylic speech yesterday. True. And also another Apocrypha Darkbane super chat. My daily driver is Amphicar. Should I be worried about the coasties with it? Do I need to install a life raft and EPIRB in it? Well, I would suggest you go back in our previous Maritime Monday playlist and look at all of our duck boat. Well, and by all I mean both of our duck boat videos. Amphicar is not recommended by me. It's not legal advice. It's just common sense because I've watched videos. But yeah, we're coming down. We got about another hour or so to go here for day 8, and we'll have done the entire day 8 all in one sitting. How cool is that? And we are also right now 9.5 hours away from F-It Friday stream. Don't miss that. Got nothing else currently urgent to talk about, so let's keep it rolling, chat. Oh, I guess one thing I did want to say is this guy lacks a lot of confidence. I mean, clearly he's not used to being a witness in high level. This is the ultimate in high level Coast Guard accident investigation inquiries. This is sort of the Coast Guard equivalent of being called in front of Congress for congressional hearings. This guy's not used to it. And he's not nearly as confident. Somebody mentioned it before. The other guy was saying chapter verse, this is the answer. This guy's like, well, it depends. He's giving a lot of wiggle room in his answers. If you'll notice, like, well, it depends on what the situation is. Well, it depends on how many people are there. Well, it depends on where things are going, rather than just saying, okay, in this situation, it's this. In that situation, it's that. He gives a lot of the wishy-washy answers. And I think it's just a matter of experience and confidence and something like that. But his answers they're not, okay, I won't say they're mostly consistent, but they're not inconsistent with the previous Coast Guard witnesses' answers.
At the time of the incident in June of 2023, how many submersible ORVs were there in the U.S. fleet?
I don't know. I'd have to look. Because those ORV designation letters are issued by the OCMIs, it would, there's not necessarily notification made to my office about those. So we can pull that information, but I don't know offhand.
But that is something the Coast Guard could track through a missile.
Yes, sir.
Can the Coast Guard issue an initial ORV designation letter without visiting a vessel in person?
They can. Yep. It's just the OCMI has to be satisfied that the vessel will be exclusively engaged in oceanographic research.
During earlier testimony here at the MBI, some of the witnesses we've interviewed misinterpreted NAVIC 593 as a regulation. Have you seen that before in the industry, sir?
It does happen, but we go, as a policy shop, we go we try to ensure that, we put disclaimers and that the field knows that, what we put out as guidance, such as NAVIC 593, is just one way to comply, that there are any number of other ways that an operator or vessel could comply.
Yes, sir. And to clarify further, because of the NAVIC, there has been testimony that the U.S. is limiting all commercial passenger vessels, tourist submersibles, to less than 150 feet or 45 meters of depth. Can you clarify if there is a workaround for Coast Guard certification to that maximum depth for a passenger tourist vessel?
Yeah. Yes, there certainly is. It could be, even complying with the NAVIC, the rest of the NAVIC. And, like we talked about, the reason for that 150 feet or 45 meters is because of rescue. And so if an operator could, show that they have an equivalent level of safety with regard to rescue, to dive at deeper depths, then there's certainly, an OCMI could certainly evaluate that and accept it. And the same goes for any other provision in the NAVIC. What's in the NAVIC is an equivalent standard to subchapter T. And so there's nothing, any other number of equivalent standards could be out there and proposed and accepted.
In your experience, would that be a decision made at the OCMI level or the district level or the headquarters level?
So an equivalent by regulation is approved by the commandant. The commandant has delegated some of those equivalent approvals to the Marine Safety Center. The OCMIs have certain authority under something else called special consideration to accept, certain alternative arrangements when there are unusual circumstances. But
boo! Take care.
See
ya.
Under
Raylan.
any of the subchapters, inspection subchapters, is approved at the headquarters or at least the Marine Safety Center level.
And to clarify, for guidance like NAVIC 593, would that also have to be headquarters?
You're saying an equivalent to the NAVIC?
Yes,
That
because
should be proposed?
it's not a regulation, so I'm curious, for the equivalency to 593, would you have to go to headquarters?
Yes.
So headquarters is interpreting 593 to be the regulatory standard for submersibles. Is that fair to say then? If you have to go to headquarters for an equivalency?
So someone would have to go to headquarters not because of the NAVIC, but because the NAVIC is the accepted equivalent for submersibles. If they wanted to submit something else, then that would fall back not under an equivalent to the NAVIC per se, but an equivalent to subchapter T. which is in the regulations, the commandant's approval.
Okay, understand. What responsibility does a local OCMI have regarding a vessel being constructed for foreign service in the US? And in this case, I'd like to talk about a small passenger vessel.
And when you say foreign service, you mean the intention is to flag it in a foreign country?
Yes, this hypothetical is a manufacturer is building a foreign small passenger vessel at a US shipyard. And I'm curious, what responsibility would the US Coast Guard have in that case?
So unless the vessel was going to be working in the United States, or I guess I should say, the vessel would be subject to U.S. laws while it's in the United States, subject to port state control under international conventions potentially. But the construction phase of that would not generally be overseen by the U.S. Coast Guard. The flag for which the vessel would be under, much like if a U.S. company wanted to build a ship in a foreign country, in Korea, we have U.S. marine inspectors that would attend to verify compliance with the U.S. laws. Likewise,
Yes.
the foreign flag would
That
send
is
inspectors
true.
or recognized organization on their behalf to oversee the inspection and ensure it complies with their flag state requirements. And if the vessel then operates here in the United States, then it would be subject to port state control, just like any other port state control, any other foreign flag vessel that happened to be built offshore or overseas.
Thank you, sir. And earlier in your testimony, you mentioned innocent passage. And as a vessel goes through territorial waters of another country, can you just clarify what you meant by innocent passage?
This is an interesting concept of law here.
It's a term that is used in international conventions, UN Convention for Law of the Sea, for one. The specific definition I don't have memorized, but generally it means you're not stopping for anything, even though you may be crossing through territorial waters of another country.
It's basically free passage
So a vessel
through
that's going through
territorial
another
waters of
country's
another country.
waters, but not stopping at a port at that country.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they don't have to register.
Have you been aware
or
during
anything
your
they
time
could
in
sail through.
CBC of any discussions or efforts to update NAVIC 593?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Was that I think that was our last break.
In regard to ORVs, are there any extra provisions for submersible ORVs beyond the general ORV provisions?
No.
If an ORV changes its operational profile or mission during its 2-year authorization, is it required to immediately obtain a new designation letter?
The marine safety or the letter that's issued to ORVs says that
I want you guys to listen to the questions that have been asked, and I guess remember the questions that have been asked, and listen for the questions that are being asked, because it's starting to kind of gel in my brain now. They keep asking about small passenger vessels, and they keep asking about the oceanographic research vessels and their requirements. See if you guys might agree with me. I'm thinking that their recommendations are likely to be anyone that pays money for any reason to be on a ship should be considered a passenger as opposed to a crewman or mission specialist, and therefore the ship should be subject to all of the rules and regulations regarding small passenger vessels. And there's going to be some very strong recommendations, I think, on what would qualify as an oceanographic research vessel, what has to be done on the vessel to qualify, what kinds of crew people can or cannot be on that vessel. See if you guys agree with me. The way they're asking these questions sort of seems to me to indicate they're going down that line, that they're trying to get some answers that would help them make recommendations regarding those two issues.
any changes or deviations may constitute violations of inspection laws and must be reported to this office by the master. A determination will then be made regarding the vessel's eligibility to retain this designation. So if they are going outside of what their approved plan said, then
Well, that's what it was in this case. They donated $250,000 to some organization, and then they were designated as mission specialists. So it'll be. I think the recommendations will go beyond just making a payment to the owner of the vessel to be something with any other organization or group affiliated with the owners.
the letter that the Coast Guard issued them says to notify the OCMI, and so it may void their letter, and then they may be subject to civil penalty or violation for whatever they did outside the letter.
And who's responsible for making that notification?
The recipient of the designation, so the operator of the vessel, maybe the owner, whoever applied and got the designation for that particular research plan.
I thought the passage you read mentioned the master. Is that?
Yeah, there's a list. There's master, owner, agent of the vessel. Someone representing the vessel is responsible for making that notification.
And for the record, an ORV isn't required to have a credential master.
Say one. Sorry. Sir.
For the record, an ORV under 300 tons would not be required to have a credentialed master. Is that correct?
An ORV under 200 gross tons would not be required to have a credentialed master.
Thank you. Earlier, you mentioned that 46 subchapter C would apply to a vessel operating beyond the boundary line. Is some of the minimum requirements for any vessel. Is that correct?
It's not necessarily beyond the boundary line. It's any commercial vessel that is, I should say, any vessel that's not a recreational vessel that doesn't fall under one of the inspection subchapters is subject to 46 CFR subchapter C.
Would one of those requirements be for the vessel to be registered or flagged?
So those requirements, there are requirements for that. It's not necessarily in subchapter C. But earlier I had discussed the requirements for certificate of documentation, which happen to be in subchapter 46 CFR subchapter G. And then there are, as well as the statutory requirements in 46 US Code, chapter 121. And then for vessels not subject to documentation that are self-propelled and owned, US owned, then they're subject to state numbering under 46 USC chapter 123 or 33 CFR part 175.
And a follow-up question to that, a US owned and operated vessel, self-propelled, operating beyond the US waters and international on high seas, would that vessel be required to have a state registration or documentation?
In general, yes. There are certain exceptions. For example, one that has a certificate of documentation would not necessarily have to have state registration. And there are certain other exceptions that are written into 46 USC 123 and chapter 123 and 33 CFR part 175. So I'd have to look specifically at what those exceptions are. And this is what an OCMI would do also if that same question was posed to them.
I understand some of those exceptions, public vessels, potentially. This would be a good question to get back to the board. If, would a normal self-propelled, non-public vessel operating beyond, owned and operated by a U.S. company, operating in the high seas, be required to have a registration order?
That's an extremely specific hypothetical.
Those specific exceptions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is an extremely specific hypothetical. That was such an extremely specific hypothetical that I can only think of one vessel it would apply to on planet Earth at the moment. That was specific.
And just because we've talked about several different provisions applicable to ORVs, I'd like to kind of recap my understanding and see if it's accurate with you, sir. As we've discussed ORVs today, it's my understanding that they do not require an inspection in person. They do not have to be classed. They don't have to be operated by a credentialed master. These are all ORVs under 200 gross tons. They can go from OCMI zone to OCMI zone freely. They can carry scientific personnel, and including personnel under instruction, without any age limit. The Coast Guard does not monitor the depth rating for those ORVs, submersibles.
It almost sounds like somebody knew about this and designed their vessel to be exactly non-compliant.
I'll stop there. Have I misinterpreted any of the ORV rules?
I
No.
hesitate to ask, but can you go through them one more time?
Oh dear.
As I understand it, an ORV designated by the Coast Guard.
See now, listen to these. Listen to these requirements or non-requirements. I guess they are. See how exactly this fits the Titan situation. He knew this, I believe, and I believe firmly that he designed his business model, his crewing, his manning of the vessel, and the operation of the vessel specifically to comply with these non-requirements, to fall under these exceptions, these non, oversight things that they're listing here. Listen to these and see what you think.
U.S. flagged or registered that is under 200 gross tons.
Yep. Check.
Does not have to be inspected in person by a Coast Guard inspector.
Titan.
Does not have to be classed by a classification society.
Doesn't have to be classed.
Can operate at any depth.
All the way down to 4,000.
Scientific personnel of any age.
Mission specialists.
Under instruction. Does not have to have a credentialed master by the Coast Guard.
He wasn't
And
a
can operate from
credential
OCMI
master.
zone to OCMI zone freely during the 2-year designation period.
It could operate freely.
That's the list I have. Is that accurate, sir?
And it describes the Titan
Mr.
perfectly.
Nubar, can I add, just because it's adding to this list now, one question?
Of course.
And the scientific personnel, which you describe without age limitation, including those under instruction, there are no limitations on whether payment can be made by such scientific personnel for their participation on the ORV. Is that also correct?
So the payment is considered, is looked at when evaluating whether it's a passenger for hire. And if that person for whom consideration is contributed is scientific personnel under that definition, then even if they're a passenger for hire, it's not subject to inspection as a passenger vessel or a small passenger vessel under, and I think I gave the wrong site before, it's section 3302F. So your question was, do they, is there a limitation on payment by scientific personnel?
Correct.
And no.
Mission
Would that be a
specialists,
case by case
scientists.
determination by the OCMI, the payment issue?
The determination by the OCMI is not necessarily in this case related to the payment. The first determination would be related to whether they are scientific personnel, as in, are they on board to engage in scientific or in oceanographic research only? And you can't be scientific personnel unless the vessel itself is an oceanographic research vessel. So the evaluation by the OCMI first would be, is it an ORV? Then are they scientific personnel? And then if both of those answers is yes, then then the payment matter is moot because of the exemption in section 3302F.
Smoking Jaguar 6, Smoke Jaguar 6, they collected water samples. Yeah, this is, in my opinion, a perfect exploitation of loopholes that I think are going to have serious and strong recommendations to close.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the NTSB at this time for any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Commander. Would the OCMI's role change, or would their inspectors do something different if Mr. Neubauer's hypothetical small passenger vessel, foreign, intended to be flagged foreign, built in the United States, if they never got around to flagging it or registering it or documenting it? Would that change anything for the local OCMI? In other words, you have this vessel is being built with no documentation, and then it goes on sea trials in your zone.
Sure. So it would be the same. You do the same evaluation. In that instance, presumably they haven't applied for or gotten a letter of designation as an oceanographic research vessel. They haven't applied for and gotten a certificate of inspection. And so the OCMI would evaluate what that vessel is actually doing, including who's on board and who's paid whom and all that, against the definitions in 46 USC 2101 and the required, the vessel types that are required to be inspected, and determine if what they're doing is subjects the vessel to inspection at that point, or some other, environmental requirements or, something like that. So it all depends on exactly what's happening. And to find that information, then oftentimes OCMIs will send letters and request information from, companies to drill down and get the information they need in order to, uh, apply the correct requirements to it.
You may have heard me ask Mr. Winter the same question, but are you aware of any marine casualties involving submersibles at all in your career?
Well, marine casualty is a defined term.
So specifically, marine casualties that did not rise to the level of a major marine casualty. So in other words, something that you would know about that I don't know about.
None that I'm aware of.
Okay.
No.
What rulemaking projects are underway right now specific to submersibles?
Well, all of our open rulemaking projects are in the Coast Guard's unified agenda. The ones that there are several that are potentially affect subchapter T, including one related to fire safety, one related to safety management systems, so no, specific to submersibles, none that I'm aware of, but there are ones that affect regulations that submersibles can fall under.
Is that the various IMO committees that you're aware of?
I'm not aware. I'm not involved with IMO personally, so I don't know.
We talked a little bit about the revision cycle for NAVICS, and you mentioned there is one for commandant instructions. Did I hear that right?
So the Coast Guard has a review schedule for commandant instructions. I don't know what it is offhand, but there's a commandant instruction that explains what the review schedule is for commandant instructions. So that would be where to look for the answer.
Is there anything in policy or in the APA that prevents you from putting a revision date on a NAVIC, a required revisit date?
No, competing priorities mostly.
Is there any, the CVC or any of those offices that manage NAVICS have a quality management audit or some sort of ISO 9000 audit that would look for document maintenance?
So we do internal audits of our, we call it mission management system within CVC. We're also audited from time to time by the IMO, but that's regarding implementation of international conventions. And then the Coast Guard itself has an office that manages commandant instructions, and they don't audit. We've never, to my knowledge, we haven't been audited per se about that, but they do notify us when certain commandant instructions have gone past a certain date. But.
So technology seems to be moving pretty fast. That process doesn't go to the Marine Safety Manual or to, actually the Marine Safety Manual is a commandant instruction, I think, right? Or how about NAVICS or other policy letters?
So yeah, that process is applicable, that's for commandant instructions. It doesn't apply to NAVICS or policy letters or marine safety information bulletins or those sort of prevention, and when I say prevention, I mean under the Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy. That same thing doesn't apply to those pieces of guidance. So that's internal to 5P, Assistant Commandant.
My last question is it the position of CVC that Titan was a vessel of the United States?
CVC doesn't have a position on that.
Does the Coast Guard have an official position on that?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. Thank you, Commander.
Does the Office of Commercial Vessel Compliance have a designated submersible subject matter expert?
No.
Do you know of anybody at Coast Guard headquarters that would be considered a submersible subject matter expert, or any offices?
I know the Marine Safety Center has conducted plan review against the NAVIC 593 and against subchapter T regulations. Our Office of Design and Engineering Standards, which is where these equivalents are evaluated and approved, the ones that go above the Marine Safety Center. Do I know an individual person that would be a submersible expert in the Coast Guard? I don't. But that as far as developing new standards or revising standards, since this is an equivalent, it's our Office of Design and Engineering Standards would probably take lead on that.
Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Commander Duffett, does the Coast Guard have a definition for the term mission specialist?
Not that I'm aware of.
If a vessel is operating, departing from a U.S. port, such as was with the Cyclops 1 for the Andrea Doria mission, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. The Cyclops 1 was towed atop their launch and recovery platform from Boston to the Andrea Doria, which is a wreck off of Nantucket, with mission specialists aboard who stated that they paid $35,000 for the trip. The vessel, Cyclops 1, did not have an oceanographic research vessel designation letter at that time. Would that be considered a passenger for hire?
Can we clarify on the, wait, sorry, I'm just understanding. So there, not an ORV at the time, is that correct? Understood, thank you, never mind.
So just so I understand, no ORV designation. The people on board, are we talking about when it's being towed? You said it's being towed? Or when it's actually, you know, they launch it and it's looking at the wreck?
It was towed to a location, and then it was launched, and then it was operated on the wreck of the Andrea Doria. Personnel on board the Cyclops 1 were paying persons on board for that dive without an ORV designation for the vessel at that time. Would that be considered a passenger for hire operation based upon the facts that I've given you?
So the people on board, the consideration is one piece that would get you from passenger to passenger for hire. You also have to determine that they are passengers. So in your instance, and this is the analysis that an OCMI would do, are they the owner? I'm asking you now. Are they the owner or individual representative of the owner?
No.
You know, so if they're not the owner, if they're not the master, and if they're not a member of the crew engaged in the business of the vessel who has not contributed consideration for carriage and who's paid for onboard services, if none of those apply, and you know, there are other, it's not an offshore supply vessel or, you know, some of these other categories that exempt certain other people from certain other types of vessels under the definition of passenger, then they would be passengers. And because they provided consideration, then they would be passengers for hire. And then, you know, to fall under the definition of small passenger vessel, it's a submersible with at least one passenger for hire. So if all those boxes are checked, then yes, it would fall under the definition of small passenger vessel and be subject to inspection, have to have a certificate of inspection.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up Exhibit 052, which is the OceanGate dive and maintenance log? And I want to, Mr. Duffy, if I can call your attention to the far left. So column C2_0001. Dive location is Everett Marina. This is the dive log for the Titan Submersible. This was the first Titan submersible hull. And they were, at this time, they were not registered nor documented, as you stated, to become a vessel of the United States, which was the requirement, correct? To be a vessel of the United States, you have to either be documented or numbered or titled under the state.
That's
right. Okay. So documented is over 5 net tons. Numbered under the state is particular to each state, correct?
So there are the federal statute 46 USC 123 and codified further in 33 CFR 175 is any vessel self-propelled, excuse me.
Searching.
Waters and vessels on the high seas owned in the United States are required to be numbered by the state.
So Everett Marina is in the United States, and the vessel was owned by Mr. Stockton Rush and OceanGate, correct? Go ahead.
OceanGate.
Did you say self-propelled? I just want, is that part of that requirement?
It is, and
Okay.
it had thrusters,
Understood.
so it was self-propelled. So barring that it was self-propelled, operated on U.S. waters, and owned by a U.S. company and or person, it should have been numbered per the registration.
Just one nuance. I don't know where Everett Marina is, but navigable waters of the United States is a requirement there too. So if Everett Marina is in the navigable waters of the United States,
Everett Marina is in the navigable waters of the United States.
Can you scroll down to, so as we see multiple Everett Marinas,
That's why they were navigating there.
which is now Everett Bay. And then if you can also scroll down to dive 53, should be on the second page, which is Possession Sound, Everett Marina, Big AI Marina, HAT Island south to 170 meters, which is the fifth column over is the depth of dive. All of these are navigable waters of the United States. So with that being said, should the Titan have been registered?
Yeah, if it meets the requirements in Chapter 123 and 33 CFR 175, which this seems to.
And that covered, just for the record, that covered both Titan hulls. Titan hull number 1 and Titan hull final Titan hull, which was the one that imploded on the 18th of June, 2023. That's a fact.
Okay.
For the record, I can clarify that our Office of International Law Prevention Division has provided a determination on this matter, and we can get that for the record for the NTSB also.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Commissioner Duffy.
They've actually made a legal determination as to whether or not the Titan should have been registered as a U.S. ship. Cool. But if they don't have that with them, they'll give it to us later, I hope.
OceanGate, do you have any questions for the witness?
We do. First, just following up on Mr. Whalen's question, and please correct me if I get anything wrong. I'm trying to get this as precisely as possible. Lieutenant Commander Whalen asked you about the Andrea Doria dive off in the U.S. territorial waters. If the sector commander for the sector where the dive was taking place was notified of the dive operations in that sector, is it what responsibility and whose responsibility it is to determine that the vessel has the certificate of inspection if one is required to operate? Did that make sense?
No, it didn't.
I guess.
Oh, good. I guess.
Process of inspection. I don't know if Mike can hear me over there. The process of inspection or designation as an oceanographic research vessel starts with an application for inspection or an application for a letter of designation.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the obligation for those is on the vessel operator, master, agent. So your question is, what's the responsibility of the sector commander? I think.
Yes, if the sector commander is notified of a dive operation in their area, what is the process of ascertaining if one is in place that the owner of the vessel has complied with, has made the application for, has the ORV letter, and in the absence of ORV letter, has the appropriate certificate of inspection?
So compliance is the responsibility of the master of the vessel primarily. And there's no, it is the Coast Guard that administers inspections laws, enforces them, but primarily compliance is the responsibility of the master of the vessel. And so if a sector commander was notified, it doesn't necessarily mean that the master has met their obligation.
Understood. But is there a process in place where certain documentation, where they must provide certain documentation before they're allowed? I'm just, what is the process of communication, and what, if any, permission does the sector commander has to give to the dive operation to proceed?
For the record, I believe that is our first what, if any, of the entire hearing process. Push play. There we go.
So the permission to do certain operations is from the laws and from the regulations. We've talked about an ORV designation from one sector, they can go and use it in another sector. So to say that a sector commander has to give permission is not necessarily true. What's true is the master of the vessel or the company or whoever is responsible for complying, and complying means meeting the regulations that are applicable to that vessel or that operation. So and that involves the Coast Guard, because that's who is issuing the documents that allow a vessel to comply, to be in compliance with the laws and regs.
Understood. And to your knowledge, do any of the passenger submersibles that have been approved by OCMI to operate in U.S. territorial waters, have any of them been approved to the depth below 150 feet?
I'm not sure.
Does OCMI ever approve dive sites located outside U.S. territorial waters?
I don't think there's anything barring them from doing that, but I don't know if that has happened. The submarines that operate in Hawaii, for example, I don't know where exactly they operate. If it's within the harbor, I'm not certain. I'm not familiar with their operations, but I don't think there's anything barring an OCMI from approving a dive site somewhere else. But it's all in the effort of complying with subchapter T via NAVIC 593.
Understood. Thank you. And is it correct that a vessel manufactured in the United States that is not U.S. registered and is not operating in U.S. territorial waters is not subject to U.S. Coast Guard's jurisdiction?
Jurisdiction for,
I guess OCMI, well,
because we've talked about numbering and documentation, and we've talked about inspection.
OCMI inspection.
So a vessel that is not a U.S. vessel, a vessel of the United States.
Correct.
And operating not in U.S. waters.
Correct, but manufactured in the U.S.
I would say it's like the line of questioning earlier about
Right,
a foreign vessel.
Right.
Same thing would apply. But if we were aware of a vessel being constructed, we visit shipyards all the time because we are there for inspections. So it's not uncommon to see something being built or see something happening and ask more about it. And if for example, we heard of something being built that didn't have a flag, it would be typical for more questions to be asked. But that's just on the assumption that we happen to be there for another reason.
Understood.
Thank you. I think there's an important clarification to the last question that was asked, and I just want to ask it as a follow-up. The scenario you were just provided, does the U.S. Coast Guard have jurisdiction over a U.S. constructed vessel owned by a U.S. company that is not flagged by any other flag state that is operating on the high seas?
Yes,
Would the U.S. Coast Guard then have jurisdiction over that vessel?
I believe so.
Well, I don't think the previous question said owned in the United States. So slightly different scenario here, because if it's owned in the United States, then that's when numbering potentially starts to apply. And if a vessel has a state number, then it's a vessel of the United States, and so jurisdiction applies. But if it's not owned in the United States, then it's maybe a different analysis.
Well, I want to restate the question then. A vessel that is owned by a United States company,
Yes,
not registered and not flagged, operating in international waters, and it is not registered or flagged by any flag state.
Yeah, so I guess we've talked about the numbering requirements.
That's technical.
There are requirements for a vessel that's owned in the United States. As far as inspection, the
say I don't know. It's perfectly acceptable to say I don't know.
46 USC for small passenger vessel, for oceanographic research vessel, they don't necessarily say U.S. flag vessel. They say vessel. They don't necessarily say where it's operating. They just say, well, other than certain times it refers to navigable waters of the United States. So it's hard to answer that question because beyond the numbering, which calls about has specifics about U.S. owned, and if it's owned in the United States, does it have a title? Then titling might turn on that vessel of the United States definition, and so I don't have a solid answer for you, sir.
Yes, sir. So would you prefer that we ask that question to the International Office of Law at Coast Guard Headquarters?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Say
that's
yes.
somebody else now.
Yeah.
I think
Say yes.
Someone with more experience in admiralty law or something along those lines. I can happy to speak to what our laws say, but as far as these novel scenarios, I couldn't speculate.
In your experience, is that a rare scenario?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Are there any additional questions from the board at this time? Mr. Fawcett?
Yes, pardon me. Yes, sir. Mr. Duffett, thank you for being here, sir. You mentioned regulations, and I wanted to ask you about the changing or creation of proposed regulations. Does the public and the marine industry get a chance to, or an opportunity to comment on proposed regulations relating to passenger vessel safety?
Yes.
And can those public or industry comments change the intent of the ultimate regulation that we're attempting to create?
They can. There are statutes. You know, a lot of times regulations are development of regulations is driven by statute, and so there are certain ways that the Coast Guard can't change, no matter you know, how many public comments we get. Certain aspects, because it's required by a statute. But if it's something that is within Coast Guard jurisdiction, then it's our, you know, then the Coast Guard can and is obligated to acknowledge all the comments, and that's under.
Yes, Sunny Day, you're here right at the very end. It's the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard has problems as always. The questioners are louder, much louder than the speakers, and then the whole thing is much too quiet. We've addressed this thing extensively over the past 2 weeks. Basically, what you're hearing is the Coast Guard video the at 600%. My microphone is now at 15%, and we still have this imbalance because YouTube. That's the short answer.
So the Coast Guard works for the Department of Homeland Security. Does the Department of Homeland Security play a role in the passenger safety regulations that are ultimately created?
They do. They have, you know, every rule, whether it's a proposed rule or a final rule or an interim rule that the Coast Guard wants to publish, has to go through the department, you know, and sometimes through the Office of Management and Budget, depending on the scope of the rule. So yes, the department plays a role in passenger vessel regulations.
So are you aware of any regulations, or by that I mean proposed regulations, that affect passenger vessel safety that have been withdrawn? I'm not sure if that's the right term, rescinded, pulled back?
The one that comes to mind was in there was an attempt made to require periodic stability tests in small passenger vessels. That was made in the early 90s, I think, and then pulled back. That's one that comes to mind. But I don't know, you know, I can't think of any other ones off the cuff.
In your
I see people talking about hearing squeaking. And when you when the video pauses, you don't hear it. You're not hearing squeaking. Somebody, I think it might be Colonel Sanders up here in the left corner. Somebody is breathing through their nose, and you're hearing like whistling through their nose when they breathe into the microphone, like, but like with a more whistly tone.
Your testimony, you referred to the word shall when it referred to law. And then in examining the NAVIC, the Navigation Vessel Inspection Circular, the word appears should. And it's listed as guidance. Those NAVICs are guidance for whom?
So like we've discussed, the NAVIC is an equivalent, an accepted equivalent approved by Coast Guard headquarters. This particular NAVIC is an accepted equivalent to subchapter T. And so the, you know, the NAVIC is guidance in that it's one way to comply, but it's not the only way to comply. And like, you know, previous discussion, if somebody wanted to do something other than the NAVIC, to, you know, as another way to meet subchapter T.
Not me, my microphone's off.
Headquarters in the equivalent process separately.
And would the maritime public have to follow the guidance when it comes to whatever the guidance was to the OCMIs that are contained in the NAVIC?
No, like I said, the NAVIC is just one way to do it. There are any number of other ways that could be proposed and accepted. There's a whole, there's a process by which the Coast Guard evaluates novel concepts. And, you know, it could be anything from, you know, MARAD training ships all the way to, you know, some other type of vessel that doesn't exactly fit our regulatory construct well. And so we evaluate equivalence under certain subchapters. That process is governed by a policy letter from the Office of Design and Engineering Standards. It's called Design Basis Agreement. But the NAVIC itself is just one sort of generally usable set of standards that represents equivalence to subchapter T.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Duffett, one follow-up question from earlier. Can a vessel builder in the United States test a vessel with no passengers without Coast Guard oversight?
So any vessel operation, be it a test or regular business, you would evaluate, an OCMI would evaluate against those definitions in 46 USC, or against the vessel types in 46 USC 3301, using the definitions in section 2101. So if the test, for example, was on a vessel more than 15 gross tons and their test was to move a pallet from that pier to that pier, that could still be subject to inspection as a freight vessel. Or if the test involved towing something, that could trigger inspection as a towing vessel. So, it depends on the test. If it's just a vessel with an operator, or maybe one operator and a deckhand or something, that doesn't fall under any of those definitions for inspected vessel types, and doesn't fall under definition of recreational vessel, then it would be an uninspected vessel, which is another defined term, and it would fall under subchapter C, 46 CFR subchapter C.
So if OceanGate were testing a pressure submersible with just the owner on board or a crew member with before the vessel was certified or registered, can they legally do that?
Provided they are in compliance with subchapter C and other environmental, or I don't. Coast Guard regulations aren't the only ones that apply too. There are FCC, Federal Communications Commission regulations, and OSHA requirements. So as far as Coast Guard requirements go, as long as they're in compliance with subchapter C, and there are other generally applicable requirements, environmental requirements in 33 CFR, rules of the road, that sort of thing. But it's feasible to do that legally. Yes.
Would that necessarily prompt the sector to send a marine inspector? That situation?
No, not necessarily, unless there was some reason they thought it may fall under one of those inspected vessel categories.
Understand. At this time, I'd like to see if there are any final questions for Lieutenant Commander Duffett. OceanGate, any follow-ups? Commander Duffett, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable to this investigation?
All right, we're coming up to the end here.
We kind of, mentioned this before about the process of inspection and the process of compliance, but I guess it's always a good idea to reach out to your local marine inspection office or your local Coast Guard sector when you're thinking about doing something, and do it early. And you can. That's the best way to, do something, even something novel, in a way that is in compliance and still you still achieves the goal that you want to achieve. So reach out to the Coast Guard early, and we're always open, available to discuss new operations.
Sir, in your experience, have you seen that process occur during your time at CBC or in the field?
Sure. Yeah.
For novel designs?
Sure.
Can you provide an example of a novel design that you saw presented to the OCMI?
So there are some, new methods of propulsion that are not common. I think we have a hydrogen fuel cell run vessel, or at least one in development. I think we have, plenty of electric, not plenty, but some electric vessels, some hybrid vessels that don't neatly fit under our requirements, and we evaluate them and approve equivalents, and use our use our authorities to mitigate risk where we can, but still help the owner and operator achieve what their goal is.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your technical testimony today and your expertise. Thank you for coming down from headquarters. At this time, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, and we do have, I think, 2 follow-ups that we will get back to you on, I will work those answers through your counsel. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Steele. Thank you, sir. The hearing is now adjourned for the day. We are closely monitoring the weather situation But at this time, the facility has stated they will be open tomorrow.
And they are open today. They are in the middle of doing the final day of hearings, and we'll be doing that. We'll be doing the final days of hearings on Monday. We'll do the morning session on Monday, the afternoon session on Tuesday, and we will be done Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. Actually, we will be doing the run up to the Sarah Boone trial. We'll be watching her latest hearings, her arrest video, her 2 interrogation videos that we watched a couple of years ago. We'll rewatch those to update us on things. And then her hearing, the Sarah Boone suitcase murder trial, is expected to begin and scheduled to begin on Monday, October 7th. We'll cover that gavel to gavel like we did the Coast Guard hearing here. And that'll go for 3 weeks. But the one thing you don't want to miss is you don't want to miss the F It Friday stream that's going to be coming up in about 8.5 hours from now, right here on this little old channel. That's basically where we say F it. It's Friday. We do an unadulterated, unapologetic grift stream where I try to liberate as much money from you in donations and super chats as possible. In exchange, we get a huge panel of amazing guests. We get up to some shenanigans, and we just have a bunch of fun. How it works is every $100 in super chats, aggregate, whether it's super chats, donations to PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, whether it's purchased memberships or gifted memberships, whatever it is, everything that aggregates up to $100. Every time that happens, we spin the F It Friday fickle Ferris wheel of fate and fortune, and we do whatever that thing particularly tells us to do at this point. But like I said, the main attraction is the shenanigans and the guests. The guests will come and go as they have time. Right now, this is the guest list for Friday that's coming up. Where is our guest list? Here is the guest list so far. AV to the 7th Power, amazing woman. Aussie Overlord, Steph the Altar Nerd, Potentially Criminal, Danny on Direct, Runkle of the Bailey, Flux, Nick Starro, Lila Hart, MG Law, Moxie Dame, The Dragon's Tea, Cat Not Williams, Kaiser Pineapple, Supermod Danielle, Meme Copium, Paralegal Liz, Megan Fox, and Talk with Sally. Those are the people that are on board so far. There might be more coming up. And as I mentioned, every time the donations or whatnot aggregate up to $100, we spin the fickle Ferris wheel of fate and fortune, or whatever the hell I just called it, and we respond accordingly. Now, what we've got, these are the items that are on the Ferris wheel of fate. We'll just call it for right now. I will have to either take a drink or eat or do whatever it says. And here's our choices. These are what's going to be on the wheel. Mysterious Russian alcohol. I have no idea what it is. It's just jet black and is in my freezer waiting to be consumed. Super spicy chicken feet. Boiled silkworm larva this time. Boiled silkworm larva, eating some blood sausage, $100 Temu shopping spree, a shot of top shelf whiskey, scotch, bourbon, gin, vodka, this horrible tasting Korean barley soda called McCole. It's terrible. Marmite, a spoonful of Marmite, real wasabi, a spoonful of real wasabi, steamed liver, a relaxing slice of pizza, some good rice cake, some nice ice cream. I've got Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia for the ice cream reward, and super spicy ramen, and the dogs will get treats. So that's what we've got on it's just fun. Just show up 8.5 hours from now, and we'll have a good time. We usually run somewhere between 5 and 7 hours with those streams. So come as you are, come as you will, come as you may. And with that, we will wrap this up for today. I said wasabi. I just mentioned the wasabi scarlet. I said a spoonful of real wasabi. Right. That's it. Thank you for joining us today. Today was Regulation Day, where we heard a lot about regulations and what could have or should have or might have been done, but was not done by the OceanGate Titan. Mods, thank you so much for being here. Thank you very, very much. Chat, as always, thank you for the support. We unlocked the emotional support potato pig dogs for the 23rd consecutive day, keeping the streak alive. And thank you for the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships. Thank you for all of that. And thank you for just being here, talking amongst yourselves, talking with me, chatting, and keeping each other generally entertained while we try to figure out what happened to the Titan Submersible. We'll see you in about 8.5 hours. Take care, everybody. I'm just going to send you off into the wild. We're not going to send you anywhere specific right now. Just go where you will. I'm going to go to sleep, and we will see you very, very soon. Thank you very, very much, and have a wonderful time. Bye, everybody.